SBTV Channel 20. And now for the roll call. Commissioner Bierig. Here. Commissioner Godstanker. Here. Commissioner Phillips. Here. Commissioner Tilsher. Here. And Commissioner McGreblin.
Here.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. On today's agenda, you have two items, the Elliott entry gates, and then you have the Gluck appeals of the Burkhoff land use permit. Those are the two items on your agenda, and they are both ready to go forward. Going on to the projection report. Your next hearing is scheduled for July 19th. And you have two items, the Haas appeal, and then you have a discussion item, and I believe it's a part of the process improvement efforts. It's a discussion on the CPR Oak Tree guidelines. Your next hearing is scheduled for August 16th, and we yet do not have any items on that day. If you note, on September 7th, we have scheduled a special hearing with the joint Montecito and the County Planning Commission hearings, and that is for the ZORP document. And that is all that we have scheduled so far for your commission.
Thank you. Next item is the consideration of the appointment of a new secretary for the commission.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this is a little unusual. But this morning, I'm asking your commission to consider appointment of me as the Planning Commission Secretary. My intention is to serve as both the County and Montecito Planning Commission Secretary. This isn't any reflection on the service that Mr. Chase has given you or Ms. Abrish has given to the County Planning Commission, but simply a recognition of kind of two things, maybe three. The first is I think it will help the department provide the best service to the public if we have a real consistent presence. And right now we've got two people and they're only responsible for certain portions of the department serving both planning commissions. Secondly, we've been working on a number of process improvement efforts, and I think it'll help me try and figure out where our direction ought to go to sit with the planning commissions more consistently. And thirdly, I really enjoy sitting with the commission. So personally, I'm very much looking forward to it. So I want to thank Steve Chase and Zoraida Abrish for their wonderful service over the last year or so, and hope that you'll support the department's decision to take us in a little bit of a different direction.
Thank you, Ms. Meester. We are most pleased to have you as our secretary. We are very much impressed with your thoroughness and your professionalism, and it will be a pleasure to serve with you.
Thank you.
I want to express also our thanks to Secretary Chase. He's done a very good job. He's been very informative and very helpful, and a very thoughtful man.
Excellent.
I presume he'll have plenty of other things to do.
That is true, too. And that's really the fourth reason, is that Zoraida and Steve are extremely busy in trying to keep the divisions focused on the work at hand, and I think they can use the extra time as well. So.
All right, we need a motion, I believe, to elect Ms. Meester as secretary. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Welcome, Secretary.
Thank you.
Ms. Meester, are you also reporting as director?
I am, at least for a while longer. Mr. Chair, I don't have a whole lot to report today. Yesterday, the Board of Supervisors did finalize your action on the Clink matter, so they approved the lot line adjustment modifications and the two CDHs that your commission had considered over a period of time last year and earlier this calendar year. So I think that matter's finally resolved. It was a difficult one, I think, for everybody involved, but I think the resolution was quite nice. The week before, the board was in budget deliberations, so they did not have any regular items for their consideration. The department fared very well in the budget process. Our budget was adopted as submitted, and we did have two I think we had three, but we had two main supplemental budget requests that came from other places. One was, actually three, excuse me, three. One was dealing with the County Planning Commission's compensation, and the Board of Supervisors did approve an increase in compensation for the commission by $50 a regular meeting, and also approve compensation for attending special subcommittee meetings requested by the department, and increased their ability to receive compensation for travel. The second item that was also approved was a request by Supervisor Carbajal's office, and that was for zoning enforcement hours on the weekends. And the Board of Supervisors did approve countywide standby pay for somebody in the department to be available for important enforcement items that would come up over the weekend. So people who are constructing, not in compliance with their permits, shouldn't be constructing on the weekends. We'd respond to those sorts of calls. People destroying resources on the weekend, things that really can't be dealt with on a Monday through Friday schedule. What we won't be sending people out to investigate is sort of routine zoning violations. Somebody has a guest house and, we want you to investigate on a Saturday or a Sunday. We're not going to send people to those sorts of violations, but we will on violations that are important temporally. So I think that'll provide an additional service to the communities throughout the county. And the third request was of the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, and that request was for an additional, I believe, $10,000. Is that right, Steve? $10,000 for historic resources study, and that was put on the board's list for consideration in October. So that was basically the result of the budget hearings. And I don't believe there was anything on the agendas relative to the Montecito Planning Commission on previous agendas, either May 23rd or June 6th. So that's all I have to report today.
Thank you. Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Meester, while the County Planning Commission was getting a raise, did anyone happen to bring us up?
Interesting question, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips. I think that that at some point, this item started outside of the budget consideration, was actually moved to it. And I believe at one of the first board hearings where commissioner compensation was discussed, it was noted that the Montecito Planning Commission isn't compensated, but there wasn't a suggestion for that compensation. But people know you're not paid.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes your report.
Yes, unless there are other questions.
Next item on the agenda is the public comment period for any item not on today's agenda. Is there any comment? No comment. Public comment period is closed. Next item is the Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Commissioner Tilsher.
I attended the Montecito Association Land Use Committee meeting first Tuesday of the month. Ms. Meester was there, and several people from the county were there to discuss the ZORP progress. And I was trying to think if there was anything else. I think that's it.
Commissioner Phillips.
Nothing to report.
Commissioner Gottstanker.
Nothing to report.
Commissioner Berg.
Yeah, I have two items to mention to you. One is the Montecito Association is working on updating their website, and they've asked me to participate in that process with them. And one of the things that's being discussed is how the association could use its website to help disseminate some of the information that's some of the permit filing information, or at least community plan and background studies that are available through the county, and that might become a methodology for getting information out that is maybe outside of the capabilities of county staff to handle. So it's just in its infancy, and as that process goes along, I will update you on how that's being looked at. But the intention is to try to coordinate with the county as time goes on. So that's the first item, and the second one is we're having quarterly meetings that involve a representative, as you know, from the County Planning Commission, Montecito Planning Commission, and the county BARs, and that process continues. We had a meeting, I think it was the 2nd of this month. And that's an opportunity for issues that come up, again, I'll mention in our meetings here, where we have coordination issues with the other agencies. I think it's a simple way for me to bring it up, and that process is going to continue.
May I ask Commissioner Barrick a
Commissioner
question?
Tilsher.
As I remember, the association also hopes to expand when they expand their website, to additionally public notice projects, so that it might expand the 300-yard limit.
That's one of the things that's under consideration. It's really rough right now. They're trying to look at what's possible first, and then what resources do they legitimately have, and how much overlap is there with what the counties are already doing. But the thought of the association is they can maybe do some things because of our database that we have from all the past history of especially the architectural review process, and that some of that history can be utilized, and it's stuff that the county doesn't have. But it's really in its infancy, so I'll bring you up to date as it continues.
Great.
Thank you. Yes, just to mention, I attended the Montecito Association Board of Directors meeting last week, and a variety of subjects were discussed, including their position on the Westmont project. And they were discussing a draft letter at the time. That concludes my remarks. Next item on the agenda is the divisional briefings. Secretary Meester.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe we have any divisional briefings this morning.
I wanted to raise a question for you, Secretary. On a previous occasion, we had asked staff to look at this question of penalties for permits after the fact, as will be the case in the first agenda item. And we had asked that the penalty schedule be reviewed and for staff to come back to us with some suggestions. What is the status of that request?
Mr. Chair, I don't know, and I will find out. I do have a meeting. You'll get the honest answer from me if I don't know something. And I do have a meeting with Supervisor Carbajal this afternoon. I can talk to him and see what his interest level in that is as well.
Good, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. First set of minutes are for the May 11th, 2006 session. Are there any corrections or additions? Is there a motion for acceptance, approval of the minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes of May 11th.
A second? Commissioner Phillips, you second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
One abstention, I believe.
Yes, that's accurate, Mr. Chairman.
The next set of minutes are for the session of the 17th of May, 2006. Are there any corrections or additions? Is there a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the minutes of May 17, 2006.
I'll second that motion.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. I believe there's one abstention. Commissioner Phillips. That concludes the administrative items, and we can proceed to the standard agenda. Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask for maybe 2 minutes just so staff can come up here and get themselves set up?
Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of David Hobart, agent for the owner, to consider case number 06 CUP 15, application filed on March 24th, 2006, for a conditional use permit and to accept exemption pursuant to section 15303E of the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Ms. Almy?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Aaron Brigg will give the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Aaron Briggs, and I have a brief presentation for you today. Today, I would like to present you a request for a minor conditional use permit for entry gates of over 6 feet in height located in the front yard setback. The project site is located at 85 Butterfly Lane, just south of Highway 101. The surrounding neighborhood consists of lots ranging from 1/5 of an acre to several acres in size, typically single-family homes and 2 condominium complexes. The Music Academy of the West is located directly south and west of the project site. The subject lot fronts Butterfly Lane and is adjacent to the exit driveway of the Music Academy of the West. The request is for a minor conditional use permit to allow previously constructed 6-foot, 8-inch tall entry gates to a condominium complex. The gates have a steel tube frame and a rough cedar face, as seen here. Access to 2 other condominiums located at the project site would also be provided through the subject gates. This conditional use permit application was submitted in order to resolve an open building violation filed in February of 2006. The issuance of this minor conditional use permit will formally close the building violation and bring the existing gates into conformity with the county's coastal zoning ordinance, Article 2. We have some pictures of other gates in the neighborhood. This gate here is located at 1130 Channel Drive, right around the corner from the intersection of Channel Drive and Butterfly Lane. This gate here is located at 8789 Butterfly Lane, right next door to the project site. Another gate here on Butterfly Lane, and a third gate here on Butterfly Lane. The project was reviewed by the Montecito Board of Architectural Review on May 22nd, where it received positive comments. The MBAR directed the applicant to return for preliminary final review upon project approval by your commission. As conditioned, the project can be found consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan and the Article 2 zoning requirements. Staff's recommendation is to adopt the required findings, including the CEQA findings, accept the exemption pursuant to the state CEQA guidelines, and to approve the project, case number 06 CUP number 15, subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes staff's presentation, unless Ms. Almy has anything to add.
The commissioners, have there been any visits to the site?
I visited the site.
Mr. Chair, I visited the site as well.
I did visit the site.
Also visited.
Also visited the site.
Is the applicant present?
I am present. I'm the contractor who,
Would you like to make a comment?
well, I just want to clear up one thing
Why don't you go to the podium?
over here. They can't hear you otherwise. Is the mic on? Dave Hobart, which you show as the applicant, worked for John C. Lippum Construction, Inc. I am John C. Lippum. I am the man who called the subcontractor and had the gate installed for my customer, Mr. Lou Goldstein, who has purchased the property from Elliott. The first phone call came through to me that we were in violation. They had a chain link, a chain that barred that entryway because their gate was no longer operable. Lou Goldstein wanted it was one of the conditions of buying it to have this secured. So he's an executive of Warner Brothers, and this is a beach house for him to enjoy the Santa Barbara weather and the Santa Barbara community. I was unaware because we matched a gate that was already present on the property. That was the instruction to the subcontractor who actually built the gate. But your records are still showing Dave Hobart as the applicant. Actually, the application was made on my behalf as John C. Lippum Construction.
And would you repeat your name, please?
John, middle initial, C, Lippum, Lipham.
Thank you, Mr. Lippum.
I'm the license holder and the owner of the company.
Are there any questions or comments for the applicant? Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Public comment, no public comment. Public comment period is closed. The item is open for discussion, deliberation by the commission. Commissioner Tilsher?
It's very helpful that we have MBAR's comments in all these applications, because it's really gives you an insight into what their thinking is. So I'm glad we're seeing that on every one of them. That's really helpful. I'd sure like to see the gates in the future set back from the road. More and more gates are being set practically on the road. This one's very close to the road, and in a lot of cases, I think they can be set back and not hurt the applicant in any particular way, but avoid that crowding of roads and that urban feel that we keep getting more and more of in Montecito. So that's my only comment.
Is there any other comment? I gather that this item will be returned to the MBAR for final, preliminary and final approval after our deliberation.
That's
and
correct,
position. Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on Mr. Tilsher's comments, how would that be accomplished? And that meaning, as a matter of course, these gates would be indented down the driveway a bit? Yes. Can MBAR do that, or is that something that needs to be done on a different level to implement?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, certainly the MBAR can provide input to an applicant on the design and suggest that kind of relief from the streetscape. However, there would be no ordinance, fist to support that. It would just be design suggestions.
It would require an ordinance?
It would seem to me that it would require some ordinance language to make sure, if you want a hard and fast rule, yes.
Because MBAR has discretion in siting and movement of the home.
That is true. They have input on that as well, and they do have input on the siting and location of gates, but nothing is as effective as the black and white word of an ordinance to accomplish what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gottschalker?
Yeah, I think, MBAR does consistently look at how far gates are set back from the road. In fact, they looked at another one on Monday that I know of. And what they've been trying to do is sort of be in conjunction with and communication with the Montecito Fire Department, which would like to see gates set back 14 feet from the edge of pavement, which allows a fire truck to pull in before they have to deal with the lock boxes, which gets them off the, and so I know that Chairman Spann and the Montecito Association have been meeting in the road encroachment subcommittee to look at, exactly what Ms. Almy is saying, is how to put some teeth in the ordinances with regards to our roads. and road encroachment. And I know they're looking at, one of the biggest issues that was brought to the attention of around road encroachment is the proliferation of not only gates on the edge of pavement, but also the decorative solid mailboxes that seem to be appearing more and more inside the roads. These like sandstone or whatever people now seem to want to build instead of just putting a post in the ground. And those encroach into the right of way because the postal service wants to be able to drive right up to them. Well, in some instances in the last couple of years, what's been found is that because we have no sidewalks, those solid structure mailboxes intrude on the edge of the right-of-way, which is where many people in Montecito walk, kind of on that little dirt that's there. So it's an issue that I know that the Montecito Association and the community is interested in dealing with, in a more black and white way than we have in the past.
Commissioner Tilcher?
If I can just add a little bit to that, MBAR is very active in, and Mr. Span is active in trying to set back these gates. And I met with him on one particular one on Schoolhouse Road, and it was going to be right on the road, which is a private road. It's a schoolhouse lane, I guess, perhaps, just off the main Schoolhouse Road. And actually, the owner of the property was very willing to set those gates back, and we agreed to set them back 12 feet. So I think sometimes the owners are more agreeable than you think to setting these gates back. And even though it's important to have some form of written ordinance to deal with all these issues, which this encroachment committee is going to be trying to formulate.
Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff, for the purposes of the viewers and the good citizens of Montecito, could you review the ordinance process, the initiation of an ordinance? Thank you.
I've been
Secretary
accused
Muska.
by Ms. Almy of being a microphone hog, so give her the opportunity.
That's hard with Miss Almy around.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, ordinances are typically initiated either at the staff level or by the Planning Commission or Board of Supervisors. If the Planning Commission were to request an ordinance change, then we would have to determine whether or not we had the resources to do it at a particular time. Could we do it immediately or not? Assuming we can, it's really quite simple. We try and ascertain from whoever's initiating it what they're trying to accomplish, and I feed that to Mr. Langle, and he feeds me something back that we hope meets that request, and County Council reviews it, and then we bring it to the Planning Commission and ultimately to the Board of Supervisors. And if it affects the coastal zone, then on to the Coastal Commission for their review and certification. So it's the steps are quite simple. It can be a long process if, number one, the ordinance amendment requires environmental review. In this case, I don't think it would. And number two, if the Coastal Commission is involved, if it's an amendment to Article 2. Otherwise, it's, probably takes 4 to 6 months, depending on staff resources.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, given the safety issue, in addition to, I think, the aesthetic concern, I'm not sure how we would do this, but would you consider at our next hearing to have a discussion about this?
Commissioner Gottstanker?
Well, it's my understanding that what's happening with a number of the subcommittees that we put together, what is it now, 3-4 months ago, when we first met with Mr. Span around some of these issues that the MBAR is consistently having to deal with, that is one of the things that all of these subcommittees are looking at, is what is, I know I met last Wednesday with a subcommittee that's looking at the inconsistencies between the ordinance and the Montecito Architectural Guidelines and Development Standards. I mean, there are inconsistencies in the way the ordinance reads and the way the guidelines read. And, you know, we've started coming up with a work program that, when it's complete, we will bring to this commission. And I think the encroachment committee is doing the same thing. So as far as timing is concerned, I don't know that I think that it's appropriate to separate one issue out, like the setbacks of the gates. It seems to me that the way to do this is to have all these subcommittees get their recommendations together and then have a discussion on all of these things, such that we're not piecemealing the ordinance amendments that the subcommittees feel need to take place or not. I know one of the things that we talked about on Wednesday was whether the subcommittee was actually looking for ordinance amendments, or whether we were looking to update the Montecito Architectural Guidelines and Development Standards so they more closely match the ordinance without requiring ordinance amendments. So I think it's a little more complex than just bringing one item as far as the setback of gates from the edge of pavement. Right now.
Commissioner Tilcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We actually are having our second meeting tomorrow morning on the encroachments. And Supervisor Carbajal may or may not be able to be there, but we had invited June Pajot from staff, but she's on vacation, I believe. But Bob Collector will be there for representing the Montecito Association, Jack Overall from the Montecito Association, Tony Spann, and perhaps somebody else from the MBAR. And I don't know whether our chair, Mr. McGrivley, are you going to be able to attend?
Pardon me?
Did you get our email about attending tomorrow morning?
No, I did not.
Oh, my email system's not working.
All right. I was curious to know, how far along are you in the process? It's
Well,
just
this is the second meeting. This will be really the first meeting that we'll get into some real substantive suggestions as to, and it'll deal with not only gates, but it'll deal with walls, hedges, street trees, lighting, everything that might be in the encroachment area or close to the encroachment area. So.
Yes, and as I recall, the question of public safety was an important consideration in your deliberations.
Very.
Good.
Mr. Chair, I can withdraw my suggestion. It looks like we're moving ahead.
Mis-
Yeah.
Yes.
On other
Mr. Chair,
areas.
can I make a suggestion? I think
Secretary.
it's certainly more efficient to deal with a number of ordinance amendments at one time, and it sounds like there's a lot in the works. Maybe what we would want to do next month is just get a status update from the commissioners and from staff on where we are on all of these subcommittees, and we can sort of see how we think this might flow out. I'm not suggesting we should wait until everything is resolved, because if you do that, sometimes nothing ever happens. But we might have a better idea of where we're at, because it sounds like a number of things are moving forward.
Thank you. I think that would be very useful. All right, is there any other comment on this subject of the agenda item?
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Gostenker.
I noticed in the MBAR comments that no consensus of whether lights should be located on the top of the post or on the front. Can I see the photograph of the existing gates again?
Yeah, that's the one.
So at this point in time, there are no lights, but it looks to me like that is the intention.
I have nothing to indicate that they have the intention of putting lights on top of the gate posts. I have not heard anything about that.
Does the general contractor know about that?
Absolutely. It has been.
Can you go to the podium, please?
You can clearly see the conduit in the center of the column. The owner of the property now, Mr. Goldstein, has gone to one of your local vendors to have lights made that more closely match the other gate that is just right at this piece of property. So the intention was to put a light on the top of the gate. It can still easily be done to put the light on the front of the column if that's what the commission wants to have done.
Well, I don't know what the other commissioners feel, but consistently, when I was on MBAR and even in speaking with MBAR at this time, there is a desire to reduce the amount of light from along roadways from gates, and my personal recommendation would be, well, I don't know. I think, without actually seeing the design of the lights, it's very difficult to say whether they should belong on. In this instance right here, I think those lights are too big. So my recommendation to MBAR would be to review the design of the lights very carefully and have them as minimal as possible. And then I would concur with that the translucent glass should be used with a very low wattage, is their second comment here. I think it's always unfortunate when the MBAR and this commission have to deal with already built, already designed, already ordered instances. It sort of ties our hands as to, because it's difficult to ask an applicant once they've spent the money to go back.
Well, I haven't seen the lights that Mr. Goldstein
I know,
ordered.
that's why I'm recommending to the
All that he
MBAR
told me
that
was they were made to match these lights, and those carry 15-watt bulbs. I think there are 3 in each lamp.
okay,
That would be all I know, and I'm not even sure of that.
yeah.
It looks
Well,
to me
we
like-
don't have light design, we don't have a design for the lights in the packet that was submitted to us, which then gives rise to the question for me whether in fact MBAR has actually seen the design of the lights.
Well, the lights that he's ordered is from a local company here that to match these lights, and I don't think that cost cannot be prohibitive. If the light needs to be submitted, I'll go to whoever he's ordered them from and try to get a picture or a drawing or something that would tell you exactly what the light looks like.
When you compared the proposal to the lights on this visual, these look as though they are transparent glass.
They are transparent
Yeah.
glass.
And I believe that Commissioner Gostanker's suggestion is a good one, that the glass at least be translucent.
Well, we have no control over this one. I mean, this is a piece of property that
We
Mr.
understand
Goldstein
that.
has no interest in. The translucent glass or the limitation of wattage, I don't think he cares. He just wants a very small amount of light when you come up to the gate.
I think we've expressed our view on this subject adequately.
All right?
Is there any other comment before we take a motion? Perhaps Commissioner Gostanker would like to make the motion in view of the conditions which she'd like to impose.
Okay, so we want a motion to adopt, to approve this case with the
Findings.
findings in 1, 2, and 3. Is that what we've decided? This, we don't have to read all those numbers anymore? Okay, that's what was confusing me. With the condition that the lights, that the design of the lights be reviewed by the MBAR, and that the use of translucent glass and low wattage should be used.
Is there a second to the motion?
May I ask Commissioner Godstanger if she'd be willing to amend the motion slightly? Could you go along with putting the lights on the front of those gate posts as opposed to on top of the gate posts? I think I think there'll be less bulk on the road, and there'll be more downlighting rather than uplighting that will occur because they'll be on the front of the gate posts.
Absolutely. So I will amend my motion to the recommendation that the lights be moved to the front of the posts rather on top of the posts.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
Mr. Chair,
wait
we
a
missed
minute,
the second.
Well, Tilsher, Commissioner Tilsher.
I'll
asked for
second the
amendment.
motion because after she was amended, probably should have seconded it.
We got ahead of ourselves. Thank you. Okay, we'll take a break here for a few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Fred Gluck, appellant, to consider the following appeals filed on March 29, 2006, 06 APL 10 of the Montecito Board of Architectural Review's decision to approve, 05 BAR 172, and 06 APL 13 of the Planning and Development Department's decision to approve, 05 LUP 952.
The way we will proceed this morning is for the staff report to start, followed by the appellant, followed by the applicant, and then public comment. Staff?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Aaron Briggs, and I have another brief presentation for you today. I will begin with a quick background, move into the project description and consistency analysis, and conclude with staff's recommendation. Today, the Montecito Planning Commission is asked to consider both staff's approval of the land use permit and the Montecito BAR's approval of the project. The project site is located at 700 Picacho Lane, approximately 300 yards north of East Valley Road. The appellant's residence is located directly north of the Burkhoff property. Here's a photo representing the view off of the Gluck's second-story balcony over the Burkhoff property. Yellow tape connecting the story poles visible here represents the height of a hedge to be maintained at 24 feet. The Burkhoff property is currently vacant. The proposed project is for a land use permit to authorize the construction of a new, approximately 9,860 square foot residence with a 2,000 square foot basement, an 800 square foot guest house, an 800 square foot second story cabana with an 800 square foot garage and accessory structure below, a new pool, spa, and tennis court. The height of the new residence would be approximately 37 feet. Access will be taken from a private driveway via Picacho Lane. Here's a slide showing the site plan. The driveway is outlined there in dark. The proposed residence is located approximately in the center of the lot there. And we have a guest house in the northwest corner and a tennis court and cabana in the southeast corner. It's a picture of the south elevation. Picture of the north elevation, partially visible from the Gluck residence. The east elevation, also partially visible from the Gluck residence and the Nigro property to the east. And the west elevation, probably not visible from anywhere. With respect to staff's approval of the land use permit, staff concluded in its review that the project can be found consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan and the Article 4 zoning requirements, including height. With respect to the Montecito BAR's consideration of the project, the MBAR heard the project on 6 separate occasions and granted preliminary approval with the necessary findings of neighborhood compatibility and floor area. Under the Montecito architectural guidelines, the Montecito BAR is responsible for making these findings. Although the residence would be approximately 18% over the recommended floor area, the Montecito BAR approved the project, citing its compatibility with adjacent properties, many of which are also over the recommended floor area. A study of neighboring actual and recommended floor areas was presented to the Montecito BAR for its consideration. In order to analyze the proposed residence in context with the existing neighborhood, the MBAR applied the Montecito Architectural Guidelines, including the Neighborhood Compatibility and View and Privacy Protection Guidelines. This slide summarizes the neighborhood floor area study. In the area studied, the average floor area is 6,640 square feet. The median floor area is 6,275 square feet. The average lot size is 3.2 acres. Also shown are the ranges for floor area and lot size. At 9,860 square feet, the project is amongst the largest in the neighborhood. This slide shows staff looked at a total of 14 properties in the immediate area in order to develop the information presented in attachment F of the staff report and as seen here. This slide shows the study area staff used to collect the data on the previous slide. The Burkhoff property is outlined in white. The floor area study area is outlined in yellow. In summary, the project can be found consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Montecito Community Plan, and the Article 4 zoning requirements, including height. Additionally, the project received preliminary approval from the Montecito BAR, which made the necessary findings for neighborhood compatibility and floor area by a 6-0 vote. Staff's recommendation is to adopt the required findings for approval of case numbers 05 LUP 952 and 05 BAR 172, and to deny the appeals, case numbers 06 APL number 10 and 13, thereby upholding P&D's approval and grant de novo approval of case numbers 05 LUP 952 and 05 BAR 172. That concludes staff's presentation, unless Mr. Imhoff has anything to add at this point.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to add briefly that staff has supplemented its staff report with some draft findings for the BAR appeal in the event that the commission is inclined to follow staff's recommendation. This is just a starting point and can be looked at further. Thank you.
Mr. Briggs, would you place a visual on the area that was considered for the neighborhood? How was that area, how was that particular area decided upon?
In this case, I tried to find similar parcel sizes. The parcel sizes in neighborhood vary pretty dramatically, from less than 1 acre to over 12 acres. So I tried to grab as many of the parcels in the immediate vicinity that were similar in size, and then I tried to exclude most of the properties that were smaller, less than 1 acre.
In looking at your visual, are the properties to the west of Picacho larger generally, or are they smaller? Why did you stop at Picacho in effect?
It seems to be an even mix on both sides of Picacho between large and small. The reason I did not include the properties that are directly west of Picacho is that those 4 properties right there are all under common ownership. One person owns all 4 of those, and it just didn't seem like they were individual lots and just didn't seem appropriate for the study.
Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Briggs, wouldn't neighborhood compatibility suggest that the neighborhood be looked at, not properties that are like the property under consideration?
I would generally agree with that. I did include some smaller properties. To be useful, I didn't want the study to go, over 15 to 20 properties. It just, at a certain point, it just becomes too much information. I honestly tried to grab as many of the relevant parcels that were directly adjacent to the Burkhoff property as I could.
But once we're over the guidelines, we now move into compatibility. Finding like-kind properties wouldn't be the test I would use. I think we need to look at the whole neighborhood, the compatibility with the neighborhood. So I question your approach. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I could just add to what Aaron has said. Of course, the Montecito architectural guidelines look at floor area and make recommended floor area limits based on parcel size. So parcel size is relevant to the degree that lot size is implicated here. By any measure, this house is larger than average neighborhood sizes. We could have included other parcels. I don't think we would have gotten a different result. This is representative, and this gives the commission a sense of the size of this project relative to other houses in the neighborhood.
Commissioner Gottsdenker?
Well, I, like Commissioner Phillips' question, the fact that those larger parcels to the west were not used as part of the study. You know, even though they belong to one owner, that's not a rationale for saying we're not going to use those. They are a parcel, and has just been read to us. That is the consideration. You know, and I know when I sat on MBAR, it was take the parcel, draw a quarter-mile radius or a half-mile radius to determine which parcels are of like size within that quarter or half mile. So given that I see just roughly at least 4 parcels to the west that have not been included, I think that's I don't think that this neighborhood compatibility study is complete.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, it's always difficult to know how to define neighborhood. That's always a question, and there always can be a debate about that. If the commission wishes, staff can include additional items in that study and augment that study. However, I do think that the result is going to be roughly the same in terms of the bottom line.
And Commissioner Gottsdenker, may I add, the applicants did submit their own study to the BAR. And although my study is does not contain exactly the same parcels, I wanted to generally use the same area that they did use. And they didn't include any parcels west of Picacho, and I did. So,
Commissioner Tilsher?
Well, I've lived at 550 Picacho for 38 years, and the neighborhood's changed, needless to say. But I think tagging along with Commissioner Gottsdenker's comments about the neighborhood and the distance you have to go to get to strike some understanding of the compatibility, we really do have to go a quarter of a mile. A quarter of a mile is not a long ways, but a quarter of a mile takes you down to almost East Valley Road from this property. I'm sure. I paced off from my house, which is the third house up on the right as you come up from East Valley. And it's 607 yards to this particular property. That neighborhood is everything from 3,500 square feet houses to 4,500 square feet houses, and not until you get up the street quite a ways do you get, as you've done here, do you get into a completely different kind of a mix. So, but I don't think it's justified also, I don't think it's justified to take that immediate neighborhood and use that for compatibility. We just get into this constant rub of FARs pushing compatibility because even if it was just match the FARs and the immediate properties, it is still not compatible with the neighborhood at all. So I just have a lot of problems with how we strike that balance between FARs and compatibility because I don't think compatibility is getting lost, and it's happening on every application now. So I may be out to lunch on this. But
Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The floor area ratio study is a ratio. Tell me again why you're looking for bigger lots. this will work out in the math, I think, if you were to include smaller lots as well, the neighborhood. It says to look at like-kind lots?
Yeah, like-size lots within a neighborhood. You know, and that's consistently what we've done ever since
So it's
the
not,
guidelines
it's
have
not
been put in
neighborhood
place.
compatibility necessarily, it's
It's like-size
compatibility.
within, yeah. So a neighborhood consisting of, as this does, of mixed-size lots, you know, the guidelines were, the numbers in the guidelines were developed per lot size. You know, we didn't choose to say every building that's built within a given neighborhood shall have, another way of looking at it is a lot coverage of X percent. That's another way that other jurisdictions look at it. But we in Montecito chose not to do that. And as, I've just forgotten your name, but anyway, we read from the guidelines, we've always looked at light-size lots within a neighborhood to make the FAR comparisons.
But the percentages should work.
Yes, I agree.
It
Yes,
should work.
it should work. All of those houses that are, say, on a 1-acre parcel should be consistent within that area. Houses on a 2-acre parcel should be consistent within that area. And as this is almost a 4-acre parcel, which was why the FAR study was done from almost 3 acres all the way up to 4, and included, I think it's the Lucas property, which is 12, you know, which would naturally, it's interesting because if you actually look at the Lucas piece of property, which is the 12-acre piece of property below the Burkhoff property, it has the same amount of amenities on it, as far as guest houses and accessory structures and pool cabanas and all of what Montecito residents seem, you know, want to have on their properties. But as you can see, there's going to be a lot more open space on that property because it necessarily, and in the FAR study, the FAR study brings it below, way below. But that's the nature of having a bigger piece of property. So it's complex. It's kind of complex. You have to look at the proposed development and how it works. And this is one of the things, just I should say, we actually began to look at this at the subcommittee meeting, you know, because I should, as long as we're looking at this, point out that although the guidelines and the ordinances don't allow MBAR to count the amount of floor area that's added to a project by the accessory buildings. There's besides what we're looking at of 9,860 square feet of proposed building, we're also looking at 2,000 square feet of basement that's not counted in that number. We're looking at 4,900 square feet of accessory structure on this property, which is more square footage than a 1-acre parcel, the proposed square footage for a 1-acre parcel. So it's all, I mean, for me, it's all kind of, you have to take the whole thing together. You know, and right now, that's not how we do it. And like I said, the subcommittee on Wednesday spent a lot of time looking at how to get at the fact that in my opinion, we are not, with the proliferation of paving and tennis courts and swimming pools and guest houses and cabanas and accessory structures, what we're doing is actually eroding the semi-rural quality of Montecito. You know,
Okay.
and that's where I'm looking from, is like, you know, how much total development is there on a piece of property?
All right, I have some comments on this subject. First of all, these are not floor area ratios. They are not FARs. When I constructed that table, which was about 15 years ago, it was floor area as a function of parcel size, and that was taken from a study of the entire Montecito area and a computer analysis where I selected in effect, those numbers represent the 75th percentile of all houses of a particular size. That was one comment I wanted to make, that this is not a ratio matter. The other comment I want to make is that there is a neighborhood that was defined about 20 years ago for all of Montecito. There are some 60 or 70 neighborhoods in all, and I believe staff has a copy of that, and MBAR also. And in that study, this area was identified as neighborhood number 62. And just as a reference, I'd like to mention what the statistics on that neighborhood are. First of all, it covers the area that goes all the way across to Hot Springs and goes further north up towards East Mountain and down to East Valley. The average parcel size for that neighborhood was 1.8 acres. And the norm, if you like, if every parcel had a house on it built to the guidelines, would have been 5,400 square feet. Actually, the houses that exist on the parcels in this neighborhood, the average is around 4,000 square feet. So looking at this in a global sense, this is a very high area, high house size area specific to one fragment of the neighborhood, of the formal neighborhood as defined some time ago. So we have to consider it in that context. But I think there is a valid concern here that perhaps the neighborhood that's selected is a bit too limited, and we ought to extend beyond that. So that's as much as I want to say at the moment. I believe Commissioner Tilcher is the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I live at 550 Picacho, which I paced off is 607 yards from the applicant's property. And I know that there's a conflict of interest if you're within 500 yards. So I paced that off 3 times. I was very careful about it because it came up on another application on the Sperling property. So unless my pace is way off, I'm okay. So I'll participate.
All right, Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, it seems to me there's a number of ways to look at this, but is it the sense of my colleagues here that we need one way, in fairness to property owners, that we need a consistent approach? And I had no idea there was numbered neighborhoods, but that would be an interesting beginning, I think. Let's look at the neighborhood. And selectively drawing these lines may well be fair. I don't know, but it may not.
Commissioner Bierig.
Well, my comment to this line of discussion would be that I think maybe we need to look at the fact that the guidelines are subjective; they're not objective, and we're not really going to produce a totally objective standard here. What I remember from my time on the Montecito Association's Architectural Review Committee is that oftentimes what we did is we looked at these numbers. It was just one factor. Size was one factor. And then we looked at what did the neighbors think of it? You know, did they satisfy the neighbors? How visible was it? And so I think if we concentrate too much on trying to set an objective standard, we may miss the boat on what we're really trying to do, which is have this house, what we end up with here, be compatible with the neighbors and have the neighbors feel comfortable about it. And I think if we put it in that context, we may approach this differently than simply trying to set an objective standard and then say it either is or it isn't within that standard.
Mr. Chair, can
Secretary.
I make a suggestion? We've not even heard from the appellant or the project applicant yet, let alone the public members, and you're feeling like you're deliberating. So can I suggest that maybe we keep this in mind as people testify and go ahead and receive testimony, and we can continue the discussion. And we can look at the guidelines and go through that and try and figure out how they should be applied. But I think you should hear the testimony first.
Thank you, Secretary. I raised a question initially to understand the criteria by which neighborhood was selected, but evidently I opened Pandora's box here and got into much more than I had anticipated. But Mr. Briggs had some comment he wanted to make.
I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to say that the Commission's remarks regarding floor area are duly noted and much appreciated. And in the future, we will expand the neighborhood floor area study for your consideration.
Okay. I think we'll have more to say on this when we come back for deliberation after we've heard the appellant and the applicant. All right. Having said that, I invite the appellant to come to the podium.
Good morning, Commissioner McGreblian, and members of the Commission. It's nice to see you this morning. My name is Derek Weston. I'm here on behalf of Fred and Linda Gluck, my clients, and also been assisted by David Grokenberger, who has helped them in earlier stages of this proceeding. I want to start by thanking staff for their efforts and for their, especially for their efforts at helping the parties achieve a resolution. They put a great deal of effort into it. It was well done, and we appreciate it very much. As a housekeeping matter, I want to be clear that I have filed 2 letters recently, one dated June 19th and one dated June 20th, and I brought additional copies of those in case each of you don't have them or if anybody else would like a copy. One of them is a longer letter with a number of exhibits, and then a 3-page letter with 2 exhibits that I filed yesterday and which I'll put up on overheads. We think that this is really a relatively simple matter. We urge you to grant these appeals on 2 separate grounds. First, because we believe that the project does not comply with the Montecito size guidelines, but also because it does not comply with the requirements for neighborhood compatibility and the good neighbor policies that are set forth in the Montecito Community Plan. So as several of you have already mentioned, every project, every residential project in Montecito has to meet 2 separate standards. One of those standards is to comply with the maximum size guidelines for principal residence that are set forth in the guidelines. And those have been discussed extensively. Those guidelines do not include accessory structures, basements, cabanas, pools, all those other things. It just deals with the maximum size of the principal residence. But there is a separate standard that also has to be met, and that is that every project has to be compatible with the existing developed neighborhood. And that policy comes from 2 different sources. One, it is stated in those words, I believe verbatim, in Land Use Visual Element Policy number 2. I think I got that right, Diane. The visual policy requires that all new projects of every kind be compatible with the existing developed neighborhood. And second, it's reflected in the Montecito guidelines specifically. It says that every project, and this is quoted in my first letter to you, every project that is significantly larger than its neighbors has a burden of proof of showing that it can't be seen in order to establish compatibility. Now what that means is that if you have a neighborhood of relatively small homes way under the guidelines, and someone proposes a large project that is out of proportion to the neighbors, then that project is not compatible with the neighborhood, even if it is way under the guidelines. And the converse is also true. If you were to have a neighborhood with a number of homes over the size guidelines, and someone proposed a project that was even larger than that, that project would also be incompatible on neighborhood compatibility. So it is an independent standard. And Commissioner Gottstenger referred to both of these standards, and I think it's important that we draw a distinction between the 2. It is quite correct that the size guidelines that are in the table that Commissioner McGriblian worked on a number of years ago, those reflect acreage. So it is appropriate, if you are applying that standard, that you look at other parcels in that, I actually have to correct what I said. If you're applying that standard, you just look at the standard. It applies on a per lot basis. But if you are looking at neighborhood compatibility, you really have to look at the larger neighborhood. Whether the lots are large or small is completely irrelevant. And that is just a separate standard entirely. And I believe Commissioner Gottstanger stated that view because she ended up by saying one needs to look at the totality. And we have brought you data that we think will be helpful because we think that this proposed project fails both standards. Both the FAR standard, by which it exceeds 18%, and certainly the neighborhood compatibility. So when Fred and Linda Gluck purchased their property, if you'd help me by putting those two slides up real quickly. Oh, there we are. This was the ocean view from their patio. This is the view they had from their entire ground floor. And from their second floor, of course, they had a slightly more panoramic view. That view looks toward the south and southeast and over the property now owned by the Burkhoff Trust. At the time they purchased their property, it was both marketed to them and sold as a panoramic view property. You have a letter that is attached, 2 letters, excuse me, to my original submission to you, June 19th, both from the owner who sold the lot to the Glucks and from the broker confirming those facts and that there was no landscaping or other obstruction to that view. Now, of course, the Glucks know that there will be a house next door to them. They welcome having a new neighbor. They know that they will probably see the house because their house is located higher than that property and have no objection whatsoever. Their only request is that the house be reasonable, that it be compatible with the neighborhood, and that its details be designed in a way so that it does not unreasonably impact the enjoyment of their own property. So let me turn now to the data that we have assembled on the Burkhoff project. And thank you very much, Aaron, again. This data is attached to the letter I sent you yesterday. It's a little hard to read on this overhead, but and I don't know if we can magnify that at all.
Mr. Chair, could I excuse Mr. Wesson? We don't have that letter. I don't know if the commission does. They may, but I can't find it in my packet, and no one else can.
I have to agree with counsel. I don't have a copy of that letter either.
I don't.
Yes, I emailed it, but only recently. But I'll run through the essence of the letter. The letter consists essentially of the points that I've made right now regarding size and this chart, but it'll be a little easier if you look at the one right in front of you. So here's what this chart shows. The Burkhoff project, all by itself, is the largest residence in this entire study area. Now, in order to give you a like-kind comparison, we simply used the identical properties that the applicant themselves used. I think it is quite correct that you should be looking at the larger neighborhood, but we wanted to show that even using their comparables, their project is the largest project. So what this shows is that the entire project, if you look at the principal residence, which is 9,860 square feet, and you add the additional living space of 2,400 square feet, the total livable area is 12,260. That is the largest house, by far, of any of the houses in the project area. And we have also done a comparative study, again using just the comparables which the applicant themselves used to give you a sense of how much larger this house is than all of the other houses in the neighborhood. And if you'll put up the next one, this data can be clearly shown in a graphical form. So the green bars represent the average size of the principal residence alone of all of the homes in the applicant's study area. It's almost the same as staff study area. So this green bar represents the average size of the average house. The proposed Burkhoff resident is 154% of the average size, just of the principal residence. But of course, they have taken advantage of exceptions in the guidelines. They have an additional 800 square foot accessory structure, an additional 800 square foot guest house, I believe on top of the accessory structure, so that's a 2-story structure, a third 800 square foot structure, which is a cabana. And in addition, there is a 2,000 square foot basement. But if you only look at the 2,400 square feet of 3 additional 800 square foot structures and add those to the principal residence, that's the amount of livable space. That's what this second group of bars show. And in this case, their proposed Burkhoff project is 169% of the average homes in all the neighborhood, counting all of the accessory structures. And then finally, if you add basements, their project is even larger because they have a 2,000 square foot basement. Doing the same comparison, again using their data, you'll see that their house, their proposed project is 193% of the average of all of the houses in their study area, counting all accessory structures and basements. And the reason is, if I just finish the sentence, the reason is that relatively few of the other homes have significant additional accessory structures, and I think only 2 of them have any basement areas at all. Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Weston, in your first bar chart there, the green is, would you describe now again the green and the red?
Yes. And also if you look at this is a chart that graphs the data that I showed you on the previous slide. So the green bar is the average of all 13 or 14 homes in the applicant study, the average size of the actual principal residence, not counting cabanas, pools, guest house, accessory structures, or basements. So this average size, which I think it's a little bit over 6,000 square feet, is that narrow neighborhood. I think if we went down to the bottom of Picacho, this number would drop down significantly. And then this is the same data counting accessory structures, and the third set is the same data counting basements. Have I answered your question?
And the red, that is the proposal?
Yes, yes. So this green bar is the average. The red is the proposed project, and then this scatter line calculates the percentage by which the green bar in each, the red bar in each instance exceeds the green bar. So the principal, all by itself, the principal residence is 154% of the average. Okay, have I answered the question?
Commissioner Tilcher.
Now,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weston, why do I remember detached guest houses have to be maximum of 800 square feet, which this is, but must be on a 5-acre parcel minimum? No.
I believe it's 2 acres.
2 acre.
2. Where did the 5-acre?
Yes,
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Now, I want to point out that this data actually favors the applicant. And the reason is that all of the data on our table, the 13 or 14 homes, was supplied by the county assessor's office. And the county assessor's office uses gross square footage for all of their square footage calculations because they have no way of calculating Montecito's unusual method of calculating interior walls, which we use for the size guidelines on principal residence. So that means, if you go back and look at the chart, if you'd be good enough to put that up, Aaron, for me. Looking at this chart this table from which that chart is displayed, this very first line is really comparing to the rest in an apples and orange basis, because I'm quite sure that these square footage figures that have been supplied by the applicant are the net square footage figures that are used for Montecito's guideline purposes. But all of the other figures are gross square footages. So I have run some quick calculations. If we assume that the actual residence from exterior walls is, say, 8% larger, and is probably somewhere between 8 and 15% larger would be my guess, but just using 8%, then, of course, the proposed project on an apples-to-apples basis is even larger. It's about 15,500 feet, which means that it's close to 200% larger than the average of total residences.
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Weston, I don't want to interrupt your presentation, and of course, you should continue. But you may well be right that this may be a better way to look at it, but that's not how we calculate it. It's simply 18% over, isn't it?
With all respect, Commissioner Phillips, I disagree. I believe it is your charge to look at it in 2 different ways. Yes, one set of guidelines deals with the size of a principal residence alone. It is a maximum. It's maximum recommended size. There is a separate standard that derives both from land use visual element policy number 2 and from the Montecito guidelines that says that a residence that is out of scale with its neighbors has an extra burden of proof. And if you turn, for example, to my letter dated June 19th, which I believe you do have on page 4 near the top, there is a paragraph in the guidelines which states, a project with a floor area size substantially in excess of the floor area of the immediately surrounding properties will have the burden of demonstrating that the project cannot be viewed by surrounding property owners due to siting, or that its special volume, mass, bulk, and scale, when taken together with lot size, setbacks, and landscaping, does not make it incompatible with similar surrounding properties. Now, what's interesting about that language is that it does not refer at all to the size guidelines. It is a separate standard. That's why I said at the beginning of my presentation that if you have a neighborhood of small homes well under the current guidelines, let's assume they're all 1 acre lots and the guidelines would allow 4,000 feet. If you have if all the homes are 1,000 square feet, someone really can't come in and put in a 4,000 square foot house, even though it meets the guidelines, because it violates neighborhood compatibility. It immediately depreciates the value of all the other homes. So it is a separate standard. So with all respect, I think you have to do both.
So, Mr. Weston, in the first instance, you do not count the 2,000 square foot basement, if that's
Correct.
the number. But in the second instance, the neighborhood compatibility issue, you do get to count it?
I think you should. I think it is a factor that you should look at among all of the factors you are evaluating. I think Commissioner Gottstanker put it very well, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Bierig put it very well. It is appropriate when you're looking at compatibility to look at the entire picture. This is not a mathematical exercise. I know that talented architects can build houses that are oversized in the sense that they exceed the guidelines, but they're so well designed and they're so well sited that they don't affect the neighborhood at all. And by contrast, I know houses that are well within the guidelines that just look awful because they are in everybody's face. So this data is a guideline. I think that it is a mistake to only look at the square footage under the guidelines because it allows talented architects to game the system. It allows them to add lots and lots of extra square footage and architectural projections and connecting breezeways and arbors and all of these things that don't count on the square footage, but that we all see and that affect the neighborhood. So I think you have to look at both. Now, I'm not saying that a project cannot exceed the average, but if you are looking at compatibility, it is very appropriate to look at everything.
Please continue with your presentation.
So I do want to talk about the 4 homes. I implied in my letter incorrectly, and I apologize that all of the homes that were in excess of the guidelines had been built before the guidelines went into effect. That's not correct. 3 of the 7 homes that are in excess of the guidelines were built before, and 4 of them were built after. 2 of them, and if you would help me, Aaron, by moving that just a little to the right, and no, the other way, and then up a little bit. You'll see that one of the homes that is over is on a parcel that's less than 1 acre. And that house itself is not particularly large. It's only 6,000 square feet and has relatively little extra space. So the whole house is 6,700 square foot. The other parcel, which is over, is this one, 735 Picacho. It's also a relatively small parcel. And that house, on 1.12 acres, that house is almost 6,800 square feet, has no additional structures and no basements. Now there is the house of the appellants, Fred and Linda Gluck. That is the house which, as you correctly point out, is 18% over the guidelines themselves. It is on quite a large parcel. And it does not have any additional accessory structures except for a single cabana, which, let me see if I can look up the number. I think it's 160 square feet. So that total structure of the appellants is only slightly over the average of all of the structures in the neighborhood, because the entire project is only if I can help me look here on the thing, the entire residence, counting all of the structures and basements, is 8,700 square feet. So I do think that that is an appropriate factor. If you look at that project, for example, which is the appellant's project is 8,700 square feet, and you compare it using correct numbers to the proposed project, that project will be at 15,500 square feet, almost double. Now, there is one residence, which I mentioned in this latest letter, which is right here at 730 Picacho. That is on a relatively large parcel, 4 acres, and it is definitely over the size guidelines. It's 10,000 square feet, and it does have some additional square footage, an additional 1,135. And if it's difficult for you to read this on the chart, it is attached to the June 20 letter. So the question that I have, and I think the community has, is this. If one house is over the guidelines, should it be treated as an aberration, or should it set a new high bar, which is the standard that everyone then can exceed? And I think the answer the community give is just crystal clear. If that was an error, it's one that we should learn from, not repeat. And it certainly should not be used, as it is in this case, as a stepping stone for a yet even larger project. Because the project proposed by the applicants is even larger than this one house, which I think most would say is an aberration. Now, that house was approved very shortly after the guidelines were adopted, when I think we were still learning all of the implications. It is 10 years ago. And that particular house does not block anyone's view. It is the house over which the Glucks enjoy their ocean view. And if you look at that, you don't need to put it up here, but if you look at that very first photograph, they are looking over that relatively large house. So although it's large, I'm not sure it's objectionable, and I'm quite sure that it does not block or interfere anybody else's view. But nonetheless, the real question is, should that house set the standard for the entire neighborhood? And I think everybody would say, no, it should not. If you were to reach the opposite conclusion and say that that house sets a new standard, and that therefore this proposed house can be even larger, there's no end to that arms race. I think the cat would then be out of the bag, because everyone would then be able to say, well, you just approved a 15,500 square foot house and mine is only 17,000, and then we'd be off and running. So I think we owe it to the community to do what sometimes is hard and simply exercise restraint. And I don't think that this proposed project does that. I want to be clear that this is not just, yes.
Before I forget my question, thank you, Mr. Chair. I, as you know, viewed the property from the Gluck's house yesterday.
Yes.
And you were there, and Mr. Gluck.
We appreciate that.
I could not tell without story poles if you can see the proposed home at all. If it turns out you can't, is the size still a concern for you?
Yes, and first of all, I want to correct something during our meeting yesterday, and we appreciate it very much that you visited both our property and the applicant's property. I stated that story poles had never been erected, and I've been informed that by the chair of the MBR that is incorrect, so I apologize. Apparently, story poles were erected. It was before I was representing the Glucks, and I don't know that we have photographs documenting it. What I believe happened on that occasion excuse me?
Go ahead.
What I believe happened was that at that time, to be perfectly frank, the appellants expected that they would be given either by the applicants or by the MBR itself some significant view protection. In all of the early meetings before the MBAR, there were a number of discussions of specific heights of landscaping and how that landscaping would affect the view of the Glucks. And from I can't remember whether there were 5 or 6 meetings, I think 6. All of those discussions, very specific discussions of how high landscaping could be before it impeded the Gluck's view. So they went into the very last hearing believing that that issue was appreciated and would be addressed. And they did not press as hard their concerns about size. It became clear in the final resolution of the MBAR, however, that there are no conditions that really restrict landscaping, so they really would have nothing. But to answer your question, yes, size matters even if they cannot see the house. Part of the reason that we all stay here or live here is because house sizes have been reasonable, and there is so much air and light and space and landscaping around every home. And it colors the entire community. It's what makes Montecito, Montecito in my judgment. What's difficult is that if you look at any one house that's oversized, it doesn't do that much harm. You can say, well, the neighbor still has lots of room. But if that sets a trend and all the houses become large, the fabric of the community changes. That's why there are more people here than just the Glucks. The Glucks filed this appeal, and in something that I'm not sure has ever happened in my many years of experience on land use cases, we did not call any neighbors, not one. We didn't recruit any support. We didn't send out letters. We didn't do anything at all. Many people have called us and asked how they can help and said they are very concerned about this proposed project. For example, Richard Filippini, who was the neighbor immediately to the south of the project, called and asked if he could actually join the appeal, which he wants to do, and he is here today. The neighbor to the east, Mr. Nigro, is here to support the appeal. I believe the neighbor who lives to the north, the Steinkellners, are here, and one other neighbor to the northwest. So all of the neighbors, I think, immediately surround the property are concerned. And we've had people from other parts of Montecito, from Burnham Wood, and members of the Montecito Association itself call to say, we think that a course correction needs to be made. It's out of hand. And that's, I'm trying to answer your question directly, that's because size matters. It really does, in abstract terms, except in unusual cases where a house really can't be seen, has no impact. There are unusual topography situations. But this house is going to be seen not only by the Glucks, or the applicants say they won't see it because they're proposing to put up a hedge which will block it, but then the hedge wipes out the ocean view as well. But it'll be seen by people below. I want to emphasize the Glucks expect to see a house. They expect to lose part of their view. All they're asking for is some reasonableness and sense of balance. And we think that because the house is so large, it is forcing it farther to the east and more into their view and more up than would be the case if there weren't so much square footage. So the square footage actually affects the overall design. So I have just very few additional comments unless there's an additional question.
I would like for the speaker to continue, and let's hold some of our questions so he has a chance to express himself.
I don't mind the questions, Commissioner McGurley.
Please continue.
Just one final point. During the, I've reviewed the final conclusions of the MBAR, and they approved a landscaping plan. That landscaping plan does not show a line of redwood trees that was planted along the border and which, in a relatively few number of months, has already grown up to obscure the view from the ground floor and patio of the Gluck home. So those trees are not shown on the landscaping plan, but there are no restrictions in the landscaping plan that will prevent them from being replanted, that require they be removed, or that other big trees won't be planted. So if this project were approved, the Glucks would really be enormously impacted. And in all honesty, we believe it's inappropriate. We think for the two basic reasons we've cited, both the fact that it is 18% over the guidelines, which is significant, and I think if you look at the exceptions to that, they should not set the bar, but also for the general determination of neighborhood compatibility. If this project were approved, this would be one further step toward the mansionization of Montecito, and I think nobody supports that approach. So I appreciate your courtesy in letting me make a long presentation. I would like to add that I have very consciously focused solely on the land use issues that are before us. If other issues come before you, I hope I'll have an opportunity to respond. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Tilcher, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I was up at Mr. Gluck's home yesterday, and we were on the ground level, as you remember, and then we went on the second floor level. And I had previously been down at the applicant's home, so I pretty well had a concept of where that property, how far east it goes into that view area that Mr. Gluck is primarily concerned with. I may be off a few feet, but I really felt like I don't think the house size, because of the existing vegetation, those trees blocking from between the Gluck's house and the proposed house, are the issue. I felt the issue was the 24-foot hedge and that view corridor going across the southeast portion of the applicant's property. I think some of your comments are very valid about the problem of setting precedents with large homes in Montecito, and where is it going to go? But in this particular instance, if the hedge was limited to 16 or 18 feet instead of 24 feet, and you were able to reach some kind of a written agreement between the two parties that that's going to be maintained at that height, would that resolve some of the conflict?
Yes, it would resolve some, for sure. It's unfortunate that we don't have good documentation of the story poles, which evidently went up before. So I was not involved. I don't know if the Glucks were even represented at that time. So it's unfortunate we can't pin down your judgment that the house will not be terribly visible. I hope you're correct. I'm concerned that you're not, and I just don't know how to get a better answer than that. This case is unusual in that you've been given a lot of information about the efforts by the parties themselves to resolve this case. And in my view, my judgment, the Glucks have been extremely forthcoming in being willing to accept perhaps far more obstruction to their views than I think I would have been willing to accept in an effort to be good neighbors. They really do try to be good neighbors. I know I've spoken to one of the neighbors who had some trees on the Glucks property that interfered with their views, and the Glucks voluntarily cut them down because they were trying to cooperate. So we would much prefer a residence that was smaller and located farther to the west. And when the Glucks purchased their property, they were shown by the original subdivider of the whole area a schematic that showed a relatively small home on what now is the Burkhoff property toward the northwest that wouldn't have been visible or affected them in any way at all. Now, the owner's not obligated to do that. But I mention it because if the house were smaller, it could be moved farther to the west and the impacts would then be eliminated. But to answer your question directly, if an agreement were reached where the hedge height really was kept to a reasonable level, say 16 feet, that would make a huge difference to the Glucks. Now, they do retain concerns about overall size, and I think you'll hear from other people today. Many people are concerned about the precedent that is a bad precedent that would be set by allowing too large a residence. So they're separate issues. The Glucks have their own personal issue and what they're willing to accept, and then the community at large has standards that they're concerned about. If the Glucks are willing to accept something that they're willing to live with, that preserves some of their view, but the community is still concerned, I think you still have work to do. So we will continue to do our very best to achieve a resolution and to be fair and reasonable. We have tried to. But I do think there are two separate issues, the broader concern, which they share, and then their own personal concern. It is really important to them to preserve a significant portion of that view over the ocean with something that's meaningful. And you don't want to have the county. I'm sure Diane will confirm that she doesn't want to have us calling planning and development saying, gee, the trees are getting a little too tall. So it needs to be structured in a way that allows the applicants and the neighbors to work this out without involving the county.
And you have the additional problem, if they sold the property, how would that covenant that you've agreed to continue?
And we have to find a structure where it really continues. I mean, we don't know whether the applicants will build this house and sell it or live there a long time. Certainly the Glucks will not live in their house forever. That's why I've tried to combine my comments to the land use issues. The issues that are raised are these buildings, not the personalities involved. We need to do what's right for the community and for these properties and find a fair and balanced solution and not be too concerned about individuals.
Thank you.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weston, I think it's important that we try to agree on a couple of things. There is a very great distinction between the proposed structure blocking a view and vegetation blocking a view.
Yes.
And that indeed, in California, we have no legal right to a view blocked by vegetation. There's some remedies perhaps here in Montecito and I'm sure in other jurisdictions as to citing the good neighbor policy, things that we'll be hearing more about. But it is a big difference. And
Yes.
without me knowing where that house is, I'm really constrained. And I don't want to, you were talking about the Gluck's view. It's their view as long as it's a view in some senses, in some areas. So, I mean, that is the case.
Well, it's quite correct, that, of course, that California law as a whole has not historically protected private views. That's crystal clear. But that's not the only law that's applicable, because we also have Montecito guidelines, and we also have Montecito policies. And if you look at page 3 of my original letter, we quote them all. The siting of new structures in relationship to existing structures should take into account the impact upon views from neighboring sites. The height and roof pitch should take into account their impact on views from neighboring sites. Structures should be located and designed to avoid obstructing views from living areas of adjacent properties. That is a binding requirement in Montecito's ordinance. You can do anything you want in your ordinances, and that's where it is. So it's not a matter of California state law. It's a matter of Santa Barbara County ordinances and regulations. And all of this is is an effort to achieve a community compatibility. I share with you the wish that we had story polls today, and maybe that's something we can still do if it would be helpful, but we're certainly open to it. But I do think that, and I know that MBAR paid attention to this issue. The way I would encourage you to get a handle on it is this. The applicants are clearly asking for something that is in excess of the square foot guidelines by 18% and dramatically in excess of the community standards. That means that you have full discretion. You can say no, you can grant the appeal and send it back for further review before MBAR, or you can invite the applicant to offer reasonable conditions. But you certainly have discretion. I do not think you are stuck, because the house itself is so large. You may disagree with my view, but I have no doubt that if you came to the conclusion that this house, as proposed, was not compatible with the existing developed community, that is a valid, sustainable decision. And that means you have full discretion.
That may well be, but it's not going to improve your view, I'm afraid.
Possible.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gossanker.
One of the things that I know is required on MBAR applications is the location of the residences surrounding the applicant's piece of property. And I notice on none of the material that we have received do we have a location of the Gluck's residence or the Nigros residence or whoever's to the west in relationship to. I see. I do know that we have an aerial view.
Yes.
But the aerial view only has a block of something that says approved building site.
It's a satellite
it does
photo.
not literally this information does not tell me exactly how far to the east and west the Burkhoff house actually is going to be located on site. So there's missing information for me that if it's possible, and one of the places that I would propose that staff go, which you may have here on site, is the fire department overhead mapping that was done a couple of years ago. I mean, I know the Montecito Association has that information. I personally have that information, although not with me. I would expect that the county might be able to have that information available. So that is a missing for me in trying to locate the relationship of the Gluck residence in relationship to the totality of the Burkhoff proposed project.
Perhaps staff would like to comment on that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottstanker, staff does have several other photos from the Gluck residence showing the broad panorama, which we've just put into our slide presentation, and we can show the commission. That may help to get a little bit better sense. We can also measure distances on plans or in the county's GIS photo mapper and to give you exact distances and relationships, if that is helpful.
Okay. That would be helpful. Any other questions for Mr. Weston? Thank you, Mr. Weston.
Thank you very much for the time and for your questions. It was very helpful.
Before we proceed, I'd like to ask, first of all, to take this document that Mr. Weston has provided as to read into the record. This, there are two documents, the 19th and the 20th. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes, of June. Is there a motion?
I so move that we accept the letters of June 19th and June 20th from Mr. Weston.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Second item, it's clear that Commissioner Tilsher has visited the site and Commissioner Phillips. Have any of the other commissioners visited the site?
I have not visited the site.
Commissioner Gottstanker?
No, in recent times, I have not visited the site.
I did visit the site. Okay, let's see. The next speaker will be the applicant, have an opportunity to express their views. And I noticed that Chairman Span is here from the MBAR, and perhaps at the conclusion of the applicant's remarks, he may wish to make some comments, and if we have any questions, we have an opportunity to do so then.
Chairman McGreblian, members of the commission, my name is Chris Jacobs. I'm an attorney at Hatch & Parent. I represent the applicant, in this case, the Burkhoff Trust. I have also submitted a letter, which I assume that you all received. It was timely submitted, and so I'm presuming that it is already included within the administrative record of this proceeding. I'm not going to go into the details of that letter because it would take a long time, and I think it's fairly well stated. I have a couple of other people who would also like to testify on behalf of the applicant. Rob Lowe is here on behalf of the Burkhoff Trust. Chip Woolbrandt, an attorney at Price, Bostel, and Parma, who represents the prior owner and who has some information on the historic nature of the perimeter screening that exists on the property, is also here and will be pleased to offer testimony. And Suzanne Elledge, the applicant's land use planner, has some comments to make in terms of the community compatibility standards. I'd like to start the presentation.
Let me ask Mr. Jacobs. Now, these are individuals who are part of the applicant's presentation?
They are.
Very well. Would you repeat the individuals again?
The individuals who will be testifying are Rob Lowe,
right,
Chip Woolbrandt, and Suzanne Elledge.
Thank you.
I think that Mr. Weston's presentation was probably at least an hour. I don't think we will approach that.
We tend to be quite tolerant of both the applicant and staff.
We appreciate that. I want to start my presentation by talking about the iterative process that led to the plan that was unanimously approved by the MBAR on March 20th. It was not simply taking a floor plan and a site plan and elevations and plopping them in the center of the lot. We didn't do that at all. We carefully looked at the neighborhood compatibility standards that are set forth in the Montecito guidelines, and we sited the house in a manner that we believe is consistent with those standards. And I would like to have, Aaron, if I could get you to put the applicable standard in terms of siting up. Raise it up. Just raise it up. It's fine. just raise the whole sheet up, I think we'll do it. Basically, the guideline talks about siting the residence, so it's not directly in line with other existing residences that are in the immediate neighborhood. The goal is, to the extent there are view corridors, to try and respect those view corridors to the extent feasible. And I believe that we have in fact done that. If you go out to the site, and I know several of you have been out there, you can see that the superior view point in this instance would be to move the house further to the east. That would give an unobstructed ocean view from the house on 700 Picacho Lane. Initially, we thought about putting the house there. In fact, that was where the applicant desired to put the house. This is an extremely expensive piece of property in an area of Montecito where all of the homes are of extremely high quality. They're all estate homes. They all have amenities comparable to those that are proposed by the applicant. We looked at this diagram, and obviously the place for us to have put the house would have been right below the Gluck's house. In this example, within the view shed that's shown on that diagram, and I think I have an aerial photograph that I handed you. Aaron, did I hand you an aerial photograph as well? And this is the one that Commissioner Gottstanker was talking about in terms of the lack of specificity with respect to the placement of the building. But I did the best I could. I stuck those stickers on there. It's my fault. Essentially, we wanted to put the house in the preferred building site, which is shown on this aerial photograph. In fact, that would have put it directly in line with the Gluck's residence. So we compromised from the outset, and we put the house behind a very large oak tree that is existing on the site and is approximately the location of a previous home that was on the site. It was a Chester Carjola home, and it still has some foundation remnants that are visible, and you can see that the motor court for the old Carjola house is immediately to the west of the approved building site sticker that I have on that map. So from a basic siting standpoint, I think that we did what is right and we did what is called for within the Montecito guidelines. Now the guidelines talk about consideration of private views. And in that consideration, you also have to balance the equally weighted consideration of privacy. Because what makes Montecito is the fact that you do have privacy from most of the building sites, and that's considered to be very desirable. And so the effort was made to try and find a compromise in terms of landscape screening height around the perimeter of the property, such that from 700 Picacho Lane, we would not see the Gluck's residence and the Nigro residence, and that we could do that in a manner that would, in effect, not take out the entire view from the Gluck property. And we had a number of meetings. We had meetings, this is the diagram which shows the use of screening and landscape screening particularly to create privacy. And that's what we were trying to do. We were trying to figure out an appropriate screening height. We had, in fact, meetings at the Gluck's residence, and we set up story poles. We set up story poles not just of the house and of the ridge of the house and of the corners of the house and of the pool cabana, but we also set up story poles for purposes of trying to arrive at an appropriate height for the perimeter vegetation. And I have a photograph here, which was taken from the Gluck's second floor. This shows the story poles that were set for purposes of determining the perimeter vegetation height. We had lines, string lines, set up at 2-foot intervals from 20 feet to 26 feet.
Would you use a pointer, please?
Yes, if I have a pointer. If you can see this line that goes across like that, is that visible?
Yes.
That is the line that is set at 24 feet. And at those site meetings, it was determined that 24 feet was the appropriate height because at 24 feet, you could have adequate screening from 700 Picacho without taking out the ocean view from this room that Mr. and Mrs. Gluck desired to preserve the ocean view. And you'll see that the 24-foot line does not cut into the ocean view from the house. They can still see the water.
Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jacobs, could you point out roughly the eastern portion of the proposed low home?
The two-story portion or the, again,
the two-story portion, yeah.
it might be helpful if I took a moment to go backwards into the architectural drawings, which may help you slightly. You can see that this rendering right here is a rendering that would be drawn from the southeast corner of the property. The element here is a one-story element, which is has a deck on top, and that is on the easterlymost end of the house. That is the Gluck end. Then it goes up to a two-story house, but again, it has a hipped roof, so that it's pyramidal back, and there is a ridge which is approximately 50 feet long. That ridge and approximately, I don't know, maybe my guess would be 6 feet of roof will be visible from the Gluck residence. And we have photographs that that I believe show that. In fact, you may be able to see the story poles. You can see the story poles here. Do you have the digital photo of this?
That's the vegetation poles.
Those are the vegetation poles. Do you have one just slightly to the right?
See, I don't think you can see the home on your photo. I don't know.
On my photo, you can.
Right here.
And I'll show, not on this one. You're correct. So let's go back to my low quality, low tech approach.
It's
If you can see, there's something
Should
right.
be, it should be about there.
There's a pole right there. It's about the top of it. And there's another pole right there.
And what do they represent?
The ridge, that's the ridge line of the house right there.
Okay.
Okay, and then, of course, because it's a hip roof, it slopes back that way, and this slopes back that way. That is the two-story element of the house that will be visible from the Gluck's property. Now, one thing that is of critical importance in understanding the view corridor from the Gluck property is that the view corridor that they have only looks over the northeast triangular portion of the subject property. And you can, again, it's very hard to see in this photograph, but there are large skyline trees. There's trees here, and there's other trees out here, which in effect take out the ocean view looking directly southerly across the Burkhoff Trust property. And really, What they have is a view that looks across this way, slicing across the northeast corner of 700 Picacho Lane. And really their better view is over Mr. Nigro's property, which is to the east of the subject. So we actually did quite a bit of studying of how to create screening that worked. We presented and discussed with the Glucks a study like this, and this was why we went through the story poll process to try and determine the appropriate height for the perimeter screening, where the perimeter screening would be limited, and at what was the appropriate limit. This was our initial proposal, and actually through the process there was an understanding that I believe was reached, which with the Glucks saying that 24 feet is really the appropriate height, and it can stop at not 100 feet but 90 feet in a westerly direction from the northeast corner. And there was probably never full consensus about the line going southerly. In other words, it was going to be 24 feet for at least 175 feet, but beyond that we didn't have story poles and we didn't know what height it could be set at. You know, it would be higher. It would be 30 feet, maybe 35 feet as you drop down the lot, because the lot is terraced and it all slopes downhill. There is currently a terrace that runs right about through there on the landscaping plan. But we did a lot of studying, and we definitely listened to the Glucks' concerns, and we tried to understand them, and we tried to incorporate them into the building plans in a way that achieved this balance, this very difficult balance that has to be achieved between privacy and consideration of your neighbors. I think we achieved that balance. We agreed that those conditions could be placed on the landscaping plan, and in fact they are shown on the landscaping plan. There are perimeter height limitations that are set forth on the plan itself that was approved by the MBAR. That's very unusual, extremely unusual. But in this case, it was done, and we accepted those conditions. We also looked at the Glucks' concern about what might happen in that triangle. What might happen? They were concerned about potentially having some tall trees that would spring up and would take out a portion of their view. And we got a lot of advice from landscape architects on the MBAR, particularly Sam Maphis, who said, you know, you should do this by species selection. You should select species of trees to use in your landscaping plan in that area that are not going to grow to excessive heights. There were redwoods that were planted by a former owner. There are other older redwoods on the site that have been there for presumably 50 years. We loved the redwoods. We wanted them to stay. The MBAR did not think that redwoods were an appropriate material to use for providing screening, and they asked us to have them eliminated. There are a couple of trees which could conceivably grow into the view plane. If you talk about a view corridor or view plane, there's a couple of Aleppo pines here. Now those are existing trees, at least one of them is existing. They have been topped, and our thought is that those trees would continue to grow. If they will grow. They've been topped once. But they're important in terms of providing screening of the Nigro house to the east, excuse me. And there's also I think I've alluded to it, there's a very distinct difference of opinion in terms of what the relevant view corridor is. The view corridor that is claimed by the Glucks is approximately a third of the site, and I believe that it also goes over the Nigro residence, but that's basically their claim. I think when you go out there and you actually look at the site and you do the geometry and you consider the skyline trees that are already existing in the lower portion of this upper portion of Montecito, there are some very tall trees on lower Picacho Lane, and there are also some very, very tall trees along East Valley Road, and those take out any view of the ocean that the Glucks would have.
Mr. Jacobs, I understand your discussion and rationale for the hedge to the north. What is the rationale behind the hedge to the right? You're talking about the neighbor there to the right, to the east.
This hedge here,
yes,
it's currently a double hedge. It is Myaporum on 700 Picacho Lane, and Mr. Nigro has his own hedge, which is on his property, and I believe that is a ficus green gem hedge. The goal is to screen the roof of Mr. Nigro's house so that it cannot be seen from 700 Picacho Lane.
And this is the applicant's request or the neighbor's request?
This is the applicant's request, but it's been actually, there's a lot of history on this. These trees and some grading was done in this area by the prior owner, Mr. and Mrs. Brown, because when they were trying to design their house, they wanted to screen out Mr. Nigro's house and Mr. Gluck's house. And when Mr. Weston speaks about a master plan or some such notion, that's just entirely false. There was no master plan. This property was all owned initially by John Peters. It was sold. The Browns purchased one of the parcels. They had a architectural designer named Michael DeRose, and Mr. DeRose designed a house for the Browns that was located in approximately this area, and it was a very unique design. It was less square footage than we are talking about, but it had numerous outdoor rooms. It was a different concept. And that house obviously was never built. There was, to my knowledge, there were never even permits obtained for it. But clearly, the Browns did get permits to put in screening and some fill. I believe they put in 700 cubic yards of fill for purposes of creating the screening that they felt they needed in order to block out the views of this residence and this residence. So I think that we've covered the issues of view. We've done what is right, and we've done what is fair, and we've done what is reasonable, and we've done what is called for under the Montecito guidelines. I think that this view issue is really the ultimate issue. There was virtually no discussion of the architectural plans or the size of the house at the MBAR level. We did get some concerns expressed from neighbors with respect to drainage, and Mr. Nigro was one of the individuals who expressed concern. He was concerned that too much water would drain down and potentially flood his access road. We took a very careful look at that. The project engineers did redesigns on the drainage system, and it was my understanding that we had entirely satisfied him with the redesigns that were done. I know that those were presented at the MBAR, and the MBAR agreed with Penfield and Smith that we had adequately dealt with the drainage conditions.
Mr. Jacobs, before you continue, with regard to the hedge to the north, this 24-foot, Mr. Weston indicated that 16-foot might be another option. What is your reaction to that?
My reaction is that neither of the parties would want 16 feet. I don't think that 16 feet does anything for the Glucks in terms of providing them with the screening that they want. You know, presumably they don't want to be looking down onto the Burkhoff Trust's pool and their tennis court. So I believe that we scientifically established that 24 feet was the right height for both properties, and we did that with story poles that were actually, placed and surveyed accurately.
Thank you.
So, I think that really view is the issue. It has become the applicants have switched their argument as we move to the Planning Commission, and now they're arguing size. They're saying that the house is simply incompatible with the neighborhood. I think that that's a very difficult argument to make from somebody whose house is actually relatively larger in size than the one that is being proposed. Mr. Gluck's house is 19% over the recommended FARs. Mr. Nigro's house to the east is approximately 18% over. We're 18% over. The property to the immediate west of the subject is 21% over. And all of those numbers are carefully set forth on our floor area study. Again, it's difficult to read. Subject, 18% over. Immediate adjoining neighbor, 18% over. Immediate neighbor, 19% over. Immediate neighbor, 21% over. Immediate neighbor, this one is a large lot, 9 acres. And it's very large. It's actually 2% over, but it's a 9-acre parcel. This is the Lucas property, and I believe Mrs. Lucas is here. And she has submitted a letter in support of the Burkhoff Trust's project. Mr. Weston made some discussions about the relevant neighborhood. In a case like this, I think the relevant neighborhood is really just the immediate grouping of homes. There are 4, 5, 6 homes in this area that are all extremely large. They all have comparable amenities. They all have tennis courts. They all have swimming pools. They all appear to have cabañas. Most of them appear to have guest houses. And it's simply unfair to single out the last remaining unimproved lot and say, you know what? We're changing the rules. We've decided that you can't be part of our neighborhood. You have to have a much smaller house because in looking at your parcel, we're going to take a bigger area. We're going to go around a quarter mile, and we're going to average in smaller homes that have existed for 30 years, and we're going to use those to calculate what we believe is allowable for your site. Essentially, you can't join the club. You got here too late. I think that's fundamentally unfair, and I think that would be a wrong decision for your commission to make. I would like to go over a few of the guidelines with respect to size, because there was a question about the basic guideline says the floor area of a proposed house should be in scale with development on similar sized parcels in the immediate area. Okay, in my view, the immediate area is that little lane and the houses that immediately surround the little lane. It used to be called Picacho Lane Jr. Those houses are all developed to a fairly extensive standard. They're all fairly comparable in size. They all have comparable amenities. It's just simply unfair to say that the last remaining lot can't have the same things that its neighbors have. Could you go to the next page, Aaron? Yeah, the top first. When you're trying to find exceptions to the guidelines, for example, if you're trying to get approval for a house that is substantially in excess of the guidelines, there are two basic exceptions to the rule. And I like to think of them as first the invisibility exception, and the second one is the neighborhood compatibility exception. The invisibility standard says that if your property is not visible from any other property, then it doesn't matter how big it is. Now, if that doesn't apply, you go to the other standard. It's an or, and that's pretty clear. So the first part of the test is that we'll have the burden of demonstrating the project cannot be viewed by surrounding property owners due to siting, or that its spatial volume, mass, bulk, and scale, when taken together with its lot size, setbacks, and landscaping, does not make it incompatible with the surrounding properties. Mr. Weston reads that or as an and. I think he's wrong. He's also trying to assert that these guidelines are more than just guidelines. And that's a different discussion that has to happen at a different place, and there has to be complete public comment on that, and there has to be a decision by the Board of Supervisors, presumably, to change the standard. But right now, we're working with the adopted Montecito guidelines that are not new, as suggested in the appellant's letter. They've been in place since '95. There are no surprises. They're interpreted the same way by the MBAR and have been for at least 10 years. And I think that it would be a travesty if you were to come up with a different interpretation of the guidelines at this point to consider something other than house size. Mr. Weston is advocating for a position where you would consider total build out of the site. That's just not the rules, and I'm astounded that that's the argument, but that's what it is. I would like to draw particular attention to the note, which is set forth at the bottom in bold. It says, note, in certain neighborhoods, the recommended maximum size in Table 1 may not reflect the appropriate level of development. In those cases, neighborhood compatibility will be the determining factor. These are just guidelines. You can't use them as any hard and fast rule. In this case, the subject property is entirely consistent with the properties that are immediately surrounding it. This is a little discrete neighborhood all of its own. If it were a little neighborhood on a little lane like it is, and all of the homes were cottage-sized, even though they were 3.5 acres, it would probably be appropriate to restrict the improvements on it to a similar cottage-type home. We have proposed an estate quality home which is very comparable to all of the other homes that are on the immediately surrounding neighborhood. So I'm happy to answer any questions. If there are specific questions about the architecture, Don Nolte is here and can respond to those.
Commissioner Tilcher, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman McGridley. All these years when realtors said the house has got $1 million view, that's what we're talking about today, really. Probably maybe in excess of that. We certainly don't want to be in a position of negotiating anything between the applicant and the appellant, but I really have heard from Mr. Weston that the biggest issue is not the house, it is the view shed. Now, maybe I heard that wrong, and that 24-foot hedge is not a privacy issue for Mr. Gluck so much as a view problem. And so when I brought up, maybe we could reach some kind of compromise and the hedge be 16 feet or the maximum 18 feet, that both parties would feel that they could live with it. So when you said that the Glucks wanted that 24 feet for their own privacy as much as the applicant, I didn't get that impression. So I feel that maybe there's a communication problem here more than the than what we're hearing.
That's possible, and certainly we understood that the 24-foot height limitation was what was acceptable. And there are many ways in which the Glucks could have controlled their destiny with respect to this issue. The subject property, 700 Picacho Lane, was on the market for a number of months. It was openly marketed. It was available for purchase. The adjoining neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Gluck, could have easily purchased the lot, reserved the easement that they apparently desire, and then resold the lot. That would be an economically efficient way to handle this. And it was not pursued.
Any other questions? You have other speakers that would like to participate. Let me ask, Chairman Span, are you available after lunch? Good. All right, let's continue with the speakers, and then I think what we'll do is after that break for lunch, and then come back for Mr. Chairman Span's comments and for public comment. I have something like 15 speaker slips here, so that'll take almost an hour. So if you'll continue, Mr. Jacobs.
I'm concluded with my presentation unless you have any additional questions afterwards. Rob, would you like to come on up?
Mr. Jacobs, one question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Do you consider the height limitation on the hedges imposed by MBAR to be a burden on the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I could go a little bit further with that, it is, like any plan condition, it is binding on subsequent owners. Now, the difficulty, and being honest with you, the difficulty is that you have to go to the county to get it enforced. But it's thoroughly binding on subsequent owners, in my opinion.
Chairman McGriblian, as a matter of procedure, I wanted to alert you that we accommodated the applicants by having the hearing today, but Mr. Gluck has to leave for Washington, D.C. About 1:30, so he won't be here for the balance of the hearing, but we would appreciate it if you would hear his testimony before he has to leave town. Not now, but at the conclusion of it.
Well, it's 11:30 now, so I think I'll continue with the applicant's presentation.
Of course.
At the
I just wanted
conclusion
to
of that,
alert you
if Mr. Gluck would like
I
to
just wanted to
speak.
alert you that he would appreciate a chance to speak.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions that I would like to ask. I think probably of Mr. Nolte.
Good afternoon, or good morning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nolte. The couple of questions I have to do with the elevation drawings that were presented to us.
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that there's an existing grade and then there's a proposed grade. So is that the difference in there between the existing grade and the proposed grade? Is that part of your grading, or is that part of the letter that we've received that says the site had been previously graded?
The previous grading happened many years ago.
Right. Well, we just received a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm looking at this. So your application is proposing to raise the existing grade today up, right?
Yes, there's a couple.
And how much is that?
It looks like I'm just got the elevations myself. It looks from 1 to 3 to 4 feet in certain locations, but I'd say on average 2.5 feet. And
Okay.
The height calculation, of course, is based from that grade, which we're treating as original.
From the existing grade, yeah. And so I'm assuming, given that the house is 38 feet tall. I had to look at my magnifying glass. That we've got probably 10-foot plate heights here.
There's 11 and 10.
11 and 10.
Yes.
And then are there actually rooms up where the dormers are?
No.
No, so that's all decorative, the height of the roof and the dormers, that's all just part of the general design vernacular, I think
Correct.
we would say.
And the basement is fully underground without any walkout or windows.
Oh,
also.
good, that was my next question.
Okay.
How did you know, Mr. Nolte?
had a feeling we were
was
going there.
to ask that question. Okay, thank you for that. And then the other question I have, and maybe you can't answer this, but I notice on the site plan that there are a couple of oaks that are impacted along the western edge of the driveway right before it comes into, I mean, I've kind of made a little mark on my little drawing. Now, are those oaks to be, I can't really tell whether those are oaks to be removed or are those oaks that are just going to be impacted by the driveway?
They're going to be removed, and working with an arborist, we were going to jog the road around it, and the arborist actually, we got into a discussion where he would actually prefer that we got the whole creek riparian area mitigated and cleaned up and restored in exchange for a removal of a couple of oaks and replanting on a basis of 10-to-1 along the left side. The landscape plans addressed all the mitigation of, or addition of new oaks to replace the 2 or 3 that we're taking out, plus a full riparian restoration on the
So we're
western-
going to do a 10-to-1 replacement of oaks, and those are going to be in the western side of the property?
They're sprinkled all over up by the
Okay.
guest house, and along the drive, we're going to create a new oak woodland there. Again, the beautiful, I don't know if you're able to visit the riparian area up in the northwest corner, but that's a beautiful area, and it's choked with ivy and non-natives.
Right. Standard for Montecito. We call those invasive species, I think, in our community. Now, the other question that I had, Mr. Nolte, about the oaks is that it appears from the aerial photograph, okay, that there's this very large oak. And according to the drawings, as far as I can tell at this point, because they're rather small, that oak now exists, is being left on site, but is surrounded, as far as I can tell, with paving. Is that accurate?
No, it's not. It's in a natural depression now, and it seems to be thriving. It's been that way since the grading occurred many years ago.
Right.
And we have designed the landscape around that to
But isn't
allow
it,
It's not paving,
isn't
though.
it
That's
inside a large
Oh, that's all lawn.
veranda? Oh, that's
Yeah.
lawn.
Yeah, and those steps that you see on the southernmost portion, those are all lawn terraces with just a little stone curb step. So that
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying that.
Yeah,
That
it'll-
it was just, I went, how did this ever happen? Okay, so I got that. Okay, that's all my questions that I have for Mr. Nolte.
Okay, and I just would like to point out one thing. I think we were talking about the visibility of the house from the Gluck's property. Early on, I met with Mr. and Mrs. Gluck about placing the house to see their view and to see what really was going to be important here. And there's an existing, maybe you could put this. And there is an existing line of trees in this area that the Gluck stated to me was really not that important part of the view for them. Press the button. This area here is heavily wooded, but beyond that, there's screening over here that even if our house were below or invisible, their view is still impacted by trees off-site. And so this was the area that was identified where we would be most concerned. So the building got sited here. The second story of the house is the dark line, and we tried to keep that out of the area. There's a small area, like I said, Mr. Jacobs said, 50 feet long, where 5 or 6 feet of the black slate roof will be visible. But that existing vegetation in that area will continue to grow, and he does not seem to care about that because of the higher vegetation is that, which is much higher. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Nolte. The applicant, please.
Chairman McGrebley, given Mr. Gluck's schedule, I think it would be appropriate to allow him to speak.
He is able to change his plain light, so it'll be okay.
Okay.
Good morning, almost afternoon.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me in front of you today. I'll try to make my remarks brief because we have a lot of speakers, but as an actor with a camera and a microphone, it could get ugly. So, I have a late letter that I wanted to put into the record from Tony Wilson, who's a neighbor at 777 Picacho Lane in support of our project, so I'll give that to you. I also want to acknowledge Joyce and Fred Lucas, who are here today in support of our project, who are also our direct neighbors right below us. Jeff Barbaco has a letter, who is a neighbor next to Mr. Filippini as well. Mr. Nigro and I had met earlier to discuss the plans, and I showed him the plans, and at that point he said he would not object to the plans. He's here today. I'm not sure where that is at, but my understanding was that he would not object. I just wanted to come before you to give you a little thought on how we came to buy this property. It's a big investment for me. It's the biggest investment that I have. When I bought it, I spoke with my realtor and Mr. Nolte and said, what can we build here? And we looked around at the neighborhood, saw what was compatible, and with the caveat that you needed to go through the appropriate processes and get the appropriate approvals, I bought the lot based on what we felt that we could build. In the meantime, Mr. and Mrs. Gluck raised their concern about their view, and as you've heard countless times, and I'm sure we'll hear countless more times, we've really tried to come to some sort of agreement. They want a view easement. We've been unable to do that. In all of the processes leading up to this moment, the entire bulk of the discussion has been about view. When we were unable to come to a conclusion, it is switched now to house size. So let's talk about house size. Like I said, this is the biggest investment I have. This is going to be my dream house. I'm going to raise my kids here, hopefully. The MBAR gave us a unanimous 6-vote, I believe, approval on this. And I would just urge you today to not change course midstream on the way the prevailing winds have been blowing, not only with the neighborhood, historically, with everybody else having what they have. As Chris says, hopefully it's not a club that once you get in a lifeboat, you pull the rope up. And I think it would set a very bad precedent. I would just urge you to follow the MBAR and staff's recommendation and deny the Gluck's appeal. But I just wanted to personally tell you that we've worked really long and really hard to try to come to a solution, and I think this is with the Gluck's. And I think this is just a case where it's a private individual is unable to agree. And I thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Chip Woolbrandt. I also provided a letter to you timely on Friday, and so I hope you've had a chance to look at that. I represent Norm Waite, and Mr. Waite, actually similar to the presentation you just heard from Mr. Lowe, came to this property in 2001 and had some expectations. He looked around the neighborhood. At that time, Mr. Nigro had built the houses to both the north and to the east. And so he had an expectation about what could be developed based upon the sizes of those houses, which, as actually Mr. Weston, I think, well presented, are the houses. One of them, Mr. Weston called the aberration in the neighborhood, but it actually is the immediately adjacent house. It is similar in size also to the Gluck's house, and so that was the expectation that Mr. Waite had at that time. One of the things I do want to go through quickly, even though you do have my letter, is I do want to go, and I'll go very quickly through some of the photos that we have there, because I think the history on this property is very important. When Mr. Waite bought the house in 2001, these were the views looking to the north and to the Gluck House. And I mentioned that actually you can barely see the Gluck House, and so I'm going to try and point out there is here, and you'll be able to recognize this later, but that's a chimney. And so that was the view in 2001 that you had of the Gluck House. If you could slide that up, yeah. This is another chimney. Again, you can see there's a chimney there. So this is what the lot looked like in 2001 when Mr. Waite bought the property. One of the other interesting things, I think that Mr. Weston talked a lot about the requirement for oversized houses, and one of the requirements that allow you to have what I'll call oversized houses is if they're, and I think Chris called it the invisibility exception. And from my review of the file, that's how the Gluck House was approved and the Nigro House was approved, is because you couldn't see them based upon the existing landscaping at the time they were built. And remember, again, they were approved and built after the guidelines were in place. And both had extensive landscape plans which showed that they were going to have landscaping on the southern and western parcel lines to, again, block the views of those houses.
In just a moment, Commissioner Tilcher,
Yes.
do you have a
Thank you,
question?
Mr. Chairman. I don't like to interrupt your presentation, but as you go through the pictures, would you be kind enough to just go back to the first
Sure.
picture and tell us where that picture's taken in relationship to the proposed house? Is it?
This is, and I think I will have it about right. This is taken from here. So this is taken basically from the back. If you were in the proposed house and looking north from the proposed house at the mountains there, this is what you would have seen. So, and again, it was very important to Mr. Waite that he not see his neighbors. That's why he bought this particular lot. We had a number of discussions with purchasers, including Mr. Jacobs on behalf of the Lowe's last year, and they were concerned about the lack of privacy of the house. So we actually went out there, and Mr. Waite went out and was shocked at what he saw. This is from basically the same location. This is the view in mid-2005. So those chimneys that I mentioned, and this may help you in orienting yourself, those are the chimneys. You can now clearly see the chimneys. The trees that used to help block that view have now been trimmed and thinned. The other view that was very important to Mr. Waite, and as I understand was very important in approval of the Nigro House, was the view to the east. And the Nigro House is a fairly large, fairly imposing structure. This is what the view to the Nigro House looked like, again, from approximately that same area in here in 2001. And so you can see sort of the front and some of those chimneys. Many things about the Nigro House and the Gluck House architecturally look similar. If you can go to the lower one. Again, you could in 2001, so this is 5 years ago, you could see some of the back of the house, and again, part of that chimney. This is an Aleppo pine, and Aleppo pines were actually planted on the site as part of, when the houses were approved, it was part of what was done to help shield the views from this property. As I think Mr. Weston noted, there actually was one single owner of these three parcels who divided the parcels. That owner actually did both landscaping on the properties. Actually, I think that Mr. Nigro ended up doing that landscaping, but there was landscaping on the properties. And also, Mr. Peters, that owner, did a lot of grading and landscaping on the subject property. And I provided you today, and I hope you will give me the same deference you gave to Mr. Weston and include this in your record, but I provided you a copy of the actual county grading permit from 1989 and a letter describing the purpose of the grading permit in 1989. And as that letter says, and it is a letter, again, it's from Design Works Construction, but the permit shows that Design Works was the agent for Mr. Peters, and I'll just read a quick part of it. The owner has expressed his desire to plant numerous trees throughout the property to provide a park-like setting similar to the northwest portion of the property, which is already well established with trees. This grading permit, unlike the subsequent Brown permit, this was actually for a substantial amount of earth. It was, I believe, approximately 14,000 cubic yards of earth, grading, and lots of trees. Commissioner Gottstanker may know more about the trees that were planted. I don't know, but there was substantial grading and trees put in place, again, to create this park-like setting throughout the property. Interestingly, the area right in here behind the big oak tree was not planted in that way, but the stuff all around the perimeter was planted in that way. If I can go to this next slide, and again, you've seen the Nigro house before. This is when we had our potential buyers complain and say, gosh, there doesn't seem like a lot of privacy from this lot. This is the Nigro house after. And again, there's that chimney that you could barely see that part of the structure. You now see the roof structure, the chimney, and as you can see, there's that Aleppo pine. It's still there, but this part of the planting is quite a bit shorter. And if you could slide up. Again, there's the Aleppo pine that was supposed to help screen the house. It is still doing that to a certain extent, but as you can see, more of the house is now visible. We went out in response to the concerns. We looked at the property, and actually, Mr. and Mrs. Gluck were represented back in 2005 because we sent them a letter telling them that they didn't have authority to come on to Mr. Waite's property and to cut or thin the trees. We also went out and went specifically over what had been there before with Mr. and Mrs. Brown, and they told us that they had planted some large acacias all along the northerly part of the property, and a number of other trees all along the northerly part of the property. And these are, and I'm going to say, I don't know who cut the trees. Mr. Gluck, after we went out for a site visit, told us that he did not cut the particular trees I'm going to show you, but someone did, and the trees clearly were cut at some point. So quickly, these are the cut trees. If you can just slide up. As you can see, they were cut fairly low, and they've started growing back in 2005. We've got another just real quick picture, but I want to tell you, we had then a landscape architect go out. We had Sidney Baumgartner go out and give us an opinion because we were headed potentially toward litigation at this time. So we got an opinion on when those were cut. She told us that they had been cut at that point in the last 3 years before that point. She also gave us some recommendations on what we could do simply to reestablish the privacy and landscaping that had been there already. We implemented her recommendations. They were primarily to start taking care of, again, the hedging, screening, and water it. And she told us that if we took care of it, that hedging and screening would grow at a rate of about 4 feet per year and would eventually grow back up so you would no longer see the Gluck house. She also looked around the site, and there are a number of large redwood trees on the site. She recommended to us that we plant a row of redwood trees along that section of the property and said that would immediately reestablish what had been there in 2001. So it wouldn't have the extra 4 years of growth at that point, but it would reestablish what had been there in 2001. She also told us that redwoods were an appropriate hedging plant because one of the other issues, this property does have a view to the north, and it actually has a nice mountain view. So while from the property you don't want to look at the house to the north, you do want to look at the mountains, so you want something that grows up high enough to block the house, but not so high to block the mountains. And she told us that those redwoods were an appropriate tree. I will tell you that Mr. Waite spent about $60,000 on those redwoods. They were planted as very large trees. They were planted at great expense. They've now been in the ground since last June, so they are now fully established. If I can just close by going to Mr. Weston's view from the property, do you have that? Or actually, either of the views that show the Nigro house in them. I'll just say, I have been very confused and amazed by the presentation that has been given, claiming that it is the house and the house size which is at issue. Again, we're standing in a house looking from the house that is right now 19% over FARs, so more over FARs than the house that's proposed. These story poles are of plants, of trees. They're not of a house. This thing here, which clearly, and if you saw the view farther on, you pick up more ocean view over here, this thing here is clearly in the view corridor from this house. The same person built the house we're standing in and this house, and clearly was not greatly concerned about view blockage when he put this house, actual structure which is subject to your guidelines, in the middle of the view. And so, again, this seems entirely, and with all due respect to Mr. Gluck, he may think that he was promised something, he may think he was entitled to the something, but this is all about trying to get your commission to grant a view easement based upon limitation on trees in Montecito to a homeowner in a large house. To me, one of the things that defines Montecito are the trees. I don't live in this particular neighborhood. I have friends there and I spend a lot of time in this neighborhood. One of the things to me that defines this particular neighborhood are the large trees, including redwoods. And so I'm sort of here as both on behalf of Mr. Waite, but he planted the trees, and so I'm sort of here as a friend of the trees. I would ask you to deny the appeal because I believe the appeal as presented has no merit. It has nothing to do with architectural guidelines, house size, or anything other than the trees. And I would also urge you to not set the precedent of limiting people from having redwood trees at their house. And I would urge you to actually eliminate the condition imposed by the Planning Commission. I think if you want to keep the hedge height, and the Lowe's are happy with the hedge height at 24 feet, I think that's between them. I would just urge you to eliminate the prohibition on it being redwood trees, because the effect will be that these redwood trees that have now been fully established will have to be cut down. And I'll tell you, we actually, because we have the ability to get the redwood trees back if they're not approved, we've looked at the cost to get the redwood trees back. The cost to dig the redwood trees up, rebox them, put them with giant cranes on giant trucks and truck them back out is far greater than the cost to acquire other redwood trees of that size. And so it would not happen. And again, the effect would be that these now mature redwood trees would be cut down.
Mr. Wilbrand, I have a question for you.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I think the MBAR indicated the hedge height would be determined perhaps by selection of vegetation that would only grow to roughly that height, 25 foot.
I think in this instance, and this is kind of a strange one, and landscape conditions are strange ones. I would note that there was actually a landscape condition, there was landscaping in a landscape plan for both what is now the Gluck House and for the Nigro House. The plants shown were the same plants. They were green gem ficus. They were shown to be planted at 24-inch box size on 10-foot centers. Those green gems at 24-inch box size on 10-foot centers on the Nigro House have now grown in as a screening hedge. On the Gluck House, they've been cut and maintained to not be a screening hedge. I think the intent was that they be a screening hedge. But to answer your specific question, my understanding of the condition as to just that northern boundary was that both the redwoods had to be removed because there was a speciation concern, and that the height had to be maintained just along that section at 24 feet. I don't know what that means for the existing oak trees and other trees that are actually there in that area. I do know that the appellants have sought an easement that would actually allow them to go in and cut both hedges and trees in a view corridor section. They have talked about, and I forget the term, but they had a term about specific particular trees of concern. I think those are the two Aleppo pines, one of which is there and blocks the Nigro house. The other is intended to block the Nigro house. So again, as I understand, the current conditions would call for the hedge to be trimmed at 24 feet, which both sides agreed, helps hide the Gluck house with still allowing them the view that they said was very important. And I went over to their house on that site visit and saw the view they said that was important and the story poles, and it was my understanding that 24 feet was what they thought was the right height at that time.
Okay. Now, you also indicated, you made some comments about the redwoods and topping those for one reason or another. I don't know of any landscape architect that would be enthusiastic about topping a tree.
Actually, we provided you with copies of a letter from Sidney Baumgartner, a well-respected local landscape architect. I don't know if we included the attachment to her letter, but an attachment to her letter was a page from the Sunset Western Garden book, which she calls the Bible. And the Sunset Western Garden book talks about trimming redwoods, these particular types of coastal, I think they are coastal redwoods is what they're called, talks about trimming them as appropriate hedge plants. And so apparently, according to the Bible, one regularly does do that.
Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wildebrandt, you represent Mr. Waite, is
Yes,
that correct?
that is correct.
And Mr. Waite owns this property?
No, Mr. Waite owned the property in mid-2005 when we learned of the tree trimming, and I'll use that term because again we don't know who did the massive cutting, but he's planted the trees. He subsequently sold the property to the Burkhoff Trust.
So why, you were moving trees just a few minutes ago.
We have
And the expense associated,
we
why
have
are you
we
moving
have the
trees?
right to get the trees back.
Oh, you can get the trees back.
If you end up saying that they can't have the trees there, that these trees that have now been in the ground for well over a year
Mr. Waite
must
gets to
go
keep them.
away. If Mr. Waite wants to go and get them again, he is allowed to. What I mentioned is, at this point, what he would get is some very small, skinny firewood or some really nice, big, giant Christmas trees, because they would basically be cut down at the ground.
And when you were representing Mr. Waite, there was no agreement with Mr. Gluck that would bind the Lowe's?
Absolutely not. There was no agreement that would allow Mr. Gluck to come on the property and trim. I have not ever represented Mr. Brown, so to a certain extent, what I say about Mr. Brown is hearsay, but you have a letter also from Mr. Brown where he says that he didn't provide such a right, and in fact his letter says he was asked for one, and Mr. Brown made that representation to Mr. Waite as the owner, the interim owner of the property.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, you have how many more speakers here?
Thank you very much.
Just one. And then Mr. Gluck wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair McGrebley and Commissioners. Thank you. I am going to make it very brief because I imagine that you'd like to go to lunch. And I think that the rest of our team has very, in a compelling way, made the points that we wanted to make today. I'm just going to take a moment to underscore a couple of the points that have already been made. With respect to neighborhood compatibility first, I really appreciate the discussion that you are having amongst yourselves about the floor area ratios and how they're interpreted and how they're applied. And it sounds like you want to have a bigger discussion about that. They've been in place now for quite a number of years, and perhaps there's been something that's been learned as they've been applied, and you want to have that dialogue, and I think that's good. And as members of the community and people that advise applicants and represent applicants through the process, I look forward to having that discussion in a public forum, and I think that's probably appropriate. However, you apply the FARs in this case, no matter how you slice it, I think the result is that this project is compatible in its neighborhood. Whether you look at just the adjacent properties themselves and how they fare with respect to applying the FAR guidelines, or you look at the bigger neighborhood, it is very clear that there are properties surrounding this project site that are comparable in size and in development. I think you can draw a funny line probably and pick up certain parcels and certain developments within the area and come to a different conclusion, but that wouldn't, that just isn't appropriate. And if you step back even further away from the aerial photo and you just think about this as a larger neighborhood, which it is, this is a neighborhood of estates. Are there smaller parcels and smaller homes? Yes. But for more than 100 years, this heart of Montecito has, estates have been developed here and they're celebrated. So I just don't think there's a question about that. Secondly, I do believe the decision before you is extremely straightforward. This was an administrative project, and for good reason. It's consistent, as staff has told you in their staff report, with policy. And the MBAR, which I think we're all very grateful, is in place with dedicated professionals who know what they're doing, and I don't think that architects can game them, as was stated. There was a unanimous decision to approve this project. It wasn't a split vote. There's no borderline issues here of interpretation. It was a unanimous approval. So I think, out of respect to your staff and to the MBAR, which has professionals seated on it, this project was unanimously approved. So I just wanted to underscore those 2 points and have a good lunch. We'll see you afterwards, I suppose.
Thank you, Ms. Elledge, but I must make a comment that we always respect the staff and we always respect the MBAR, but if we disagree, that does not mean we lack respect. Mr. Gluck?
Mr. McGrabian, I have decided to change my flight and so we can have our lunch break. I don't want to disrupt the process, and I'll speak after lunch at the appropriate time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gluck. Chairman Span, do you want to wait until after all those comments are completed?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right, then I think what we can do is break for lunch at this time. And let's get back here by 1:15. The commission is in session.
Mr. Chair, before you go into your additional public testimony, would you vote in the letter that Mr. Wolbrandt referred to?
On the grading?
Yes, please.
Right.
Thank you.
The author of that letter was?
Skip Zumansky.
Gumansky?
Oh, no, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there a motion to incorporate the letter from Gumansky into the record?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Approved. Motion is carried. Let's see, I believe the applicant has concluded their remarks. And Mr. Gluck, I believe, wanted to speak.
I would prefer to let Mr. Brokenberg, who represented me, speak first.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to make a couple of comments essentially addressing some points that were raised by Mr. Wilbrandt and Mr. Jacobs. I'll leave it to you to and to Mr. Weston to address some of the issues on that he's already covered. But I was involved in the early stages, and I think it's important that you have a perspective from the Glucks and from myself in terms of what issues were raised. Let me start with the comment that was made. This is all about view, and now for some reason it is shifted to size and placement. That is just simply not true. Let me give you the background, and I think staff will be able to support this, that from day one, with the very first letters we submitted, we raised both size and placement and compatibility, and I'm going to address that as a third point. With reference to how the issues developed, we raised the issues, and when I say we, I should probably differentiate myself from my clients and say Linda and Fred raised the issue of concern about what the project was, how were they going to be impacted on a personal basis with Mr. Lowe and his counsel. It was only after they received a letter basically advising them that if they continued to raise or thought to raise any objections through the process of MBAR and approval process, that they would face civil and criminal penalties for trespass and for interfering with the sale. And I say that to you because I wasn't involved. I read that letter. They asked me to contact and present their position, which was they were concerned about what was being proposed. You need to remember, or at least understand, Mr. Lowe was in escrow. He hadn't bought this property. He knew exactly what the concerns were. What is the size? What is the location? And what are the impacts on view? Those were all presented before he ever closed escrow. I did get into discussion with Mr. Jacobs, and in fact, prior to the conceptual hearing, we had discussions about, well, what could they do? And I said, what you can do is take into account my client's concern about the placement and the compatibility. And when I say compatibility, I am going to say the estate quality views that exist in that area and for those properties. The response to us was, don't put in anything about size or placement. We'll deal with you. We'll talk to you about views. And my response was, well, that's nice, and I appreciate that, but we will put our objection into the record. It'll be in our writing, but I will defer to you. I will not make an oral presentation strong in that regard. It's a conceptual anyway. Let's see what it is that you propose to do to soften the impact of what you're proposing. And at that time, we didn't have any studies. We didn't know what the size was. We didn't see a landscaping plan, which, by the way, this all started in July of last year. The landscaping plan was not presented until right before the last hearing of approval. So with all that being said, we said we would work with you, see what was being proposed. What we ended up with was a proposal that gave no assurances, was personal to them, and in essence, we'll give you a letter saying that as long as we own the property, we won't do anything to impede into this view plane of about 24 feet. Our response was, well, that's not quite what we're expecting, but what we heard from that day forward in front of the MBAR was, it's only about view, you're not concerned about size and placement. I say that to you because we didn't raise that issue. They addressed it to try to see if they could accommodate because of what they planned. With reference to the second point, there's been some mention about 22 feet, 24 feet. Let me see if I can bring some clarity to what that was about. You saw Mr. Jacobs put up on the screen a schematic showing a graduated height going to 24 and then to 22. Prior to the redwood trees being placed along the boundary, prior to us learning what limits they were willing to consider in terms of any accommodations on the size and compatibility issues, we saw what they proposed and we said, well, wait a minute, we'll also work with you. I mean, if you're going to be coming to us with something that's going to try to deal with this project you plan in a way that is compatible with your immediate neighbors, not just the neighborhood, we can talk about the 24. I've learned something. I usually appear in court matters. I'm a trial attorney, and there are rules of evidence, and offers of compromise are rarely bantied about. The next thing I hear in the course of proceedings is we've agreed to the 24 feet, we've agreed to this small triangle, and I'm sitting there thinking, let me think about this. What I've agreed to is that we will oppose the size and compatibility issues, but we will entertain some resolutions. So yes, 24 was discussed in a graduated plane that would have sloped down as in the contour of the geography. The next point, the planting of the redwood trees. Those were in direct response to our comment that we would still be asserting our rights within the review process to look at size and scope. Those trees went in, and I just make the following observation. They went in, we asked them to take them out. We said we considered it somewhat close to a spike fence because of the reasons they were put in, an obstruction of view that had been existent by my client's version of what transpired for years since they had bought the property. The MBAR said it's not an appropriate screening element. They don't belong there. They're in the plans that they come before you on, basically that they're to be taken out, but they're not out. There's nothing friendly about the maintenance of the redwood hedge. So as a practical matter, the MBAR was, I would say, did not accept that. There were some discussions about could it be trimmed, how would that appear. We leave it to you to decide, but those should have been out a long time ago, and to hear someone express concerns about it's going to be costly to take them out, they don't belong there under a variety of theories. let me address the final point, and that has to do with the size and compatibility issue. As I listened to the presentation of some very knowledgeable land use lawyers, and they are, I think Mr. Jacobs makes a great presentation. I think Mr. Weston does as well. I listened to it, and I'm going to say to you as both a resident of Montecito, as an attorney who was listening to the two arguments about compatibility, that I am confused about the assertion by the applicant that they are compatible with their immediate neighbors. They focus you on size. Size and placement are what impact and make someone compatible or not. Estate quality properties, and I don't live in one, but I've seen them and I've looked at them, they take into account a design that enhances views, ocean views, mountain views. So if you look at your most immediate neighbors, that would be the Nigro property and the Gluck property. What you have seen pictorially is that the Nigro residence was designed and developed so as not to impact the ocean view. The Gluck residence, which was built after the Nigro residence, was built in a way that allowed it to share that same ocean view. And now you have the Brown property, which has a tremendous amount of area and that has available space to allow that residence to enjoy those same views compatible with the estate quality, but not taking away the views that exist. My final comment then on compatibility would be this. I hope that we don't lose sight of the fact that the Glucks will lose 75% of their view. They lose all the downstairs, ground floor level, and the westerly half. I've been out there on numerous occasions. I've taken photographs on a clear day. I assure you, on a clear day, you can see forever. You can see to the west, actually it would be the east, and when you look through and you have some trees in the middle of view, but you can see the ocean and very distant eucalyptus, which do not take away your view. But that view will be gone because of the placement of the house. So, design, size, compatibility. I suggest to you that this project could have been designed and placed in a way that would have accommodated the concerns of the Glucks. I'm going to leave it to Mr. Weston to again assert his position with regards to the 18%. But living in that area, one more example of an 18 to 20% over the guidelines. It's an interesting box that's being opened. I don't know whether it'll be the low box or the Pandora box, but I'll leave it for you. Do you have any questions on those points that I can address? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate the patience and thoroughness with which you're attending to this matter, and I'll try and be brief in the interest of time. First, let me correct the slight error in what David said. We were not in negotiation with the Lowe's and their representatives. In our personal negotiations in trying to settle this as neighbors, we never met the Lowe's. They only sent their lawyers and their architect to talk to us, so we never met them. They only participated in the discussion very late in the MBAR process. Secondly, we always expected to have unobstructed views, although we realized the possibility that we might lose some of our ground floor views, and had accepted that when we bought the property. But we never expected that we would lose our upper story views. Nevertheless, we'd be very happy if our first floor view were also protected, as Mr. Telcher suggested. We're always concerned about size, and I think Mr. Krokenberger has covered that concern quite adequately. But I must say, when I saw the total size of the project, I was floored. I was really taken aback. I had never focused on the fact that all these outbuildings and basements would be included in the project. We were in the process of negotiations with Mr. Nolte and Mr. Jacobs, and we thought we were moving towards a neighborly resolution of this process when we received the letter. And needless to say, I was very taken aback, surprised, and dismayed at the letter as we received it, and then very surprised that the redwood trees were planted and took our views away. I won't say any more about it because I don't want to get into any kind of a discussion, but I have to tell you, We were completely taken by surprise by that action, which was totally unwarranted, and that's enough. And finally, we need some real assurance that the views will be maintained if we're to come out of this process with any satisfaction at all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gluck. I think the next speaker would be Chairman Span.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I think it would be more appropriate for me to make my comments after public comment has been closed, although I will be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Span at the moment? Commissioner Tilshire.
Can you share with me or with us the how the MBAR arrived at the 24-foot hedge height? Was there talk about less, or also more talk about more height, or and also was there discussion of whether 24 feet was, with those poles at 24 feet, whether that was going to obstruct that view of the Glucks?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Dilsher, there was a great discussion about this at MBAR. It was our understanding, and when we went to the site to visit, we saw the story poles as well. It was our understanding that this was an ongoing negotiation between the neighbors and the applicant, and it was presented to us as a possible compromise. And our concern was, and it still is how does it get enforced. However, we felt that if it was a compromise that suited everybody at the time when we accepted the 24 feet.
So both parties came to you and suggested the 24 feet. They both both parties had agreed that 24 feet was kind of something?
Yes, and during the MBAR meetings, I would look to both applicant and neighbors and look for a shake of a head, something like that, an acknowledgement that 24 feet was acceptable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's conclude the questions for Chairman Span at the moment so that we can go ahead with the public comment period. As I mentioned, I have 15 speaker slips. I have to start with Susan Elledge, but you've already spoken. Are you? Good. I have another one without a signature on it, so I don't know who it is. Linda Gluck, would you like to speak?
I feel a little guilty coming before you, before all these people who have waited, and mine will be brief. And I just wanted to speak to you and very much to speak to my neighbors. I've got wonderful neighbors speaking both for this project, for the Lowe's, and both speaking, for our benefit. And I respect and appreciate that. It's been very contentious, very complex, and all we really believe and want to do is to truly support the process, and we do want to be good neighbors, and we have tried to compromise all the way through. I think that may have been misinterpreted. We've tried to be good to our neighbors. We've trimmed trees. We continue to do that. We would be good neighbors for the Lowe's. This has just been very unfortunate, and thank you for your time and concern.
Thank you, Ms. Gluck. Let's see. Secretary, would you make sure that the light is on for the speakers? Next speaker is Bob Villas, I think, followed by Pamela Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, board members. I'll make my comments very brief. I'm a former neighbor of the Lowe's. I live in the Riven Rock area. I live at 757 Riven Rock Road, and my home was located one house removed from the Lowe's. They lived at 771 Garden Lane. So we were effectively neighbors, but separated by a house. And I just wanted to tell you from my experience that the Lowe's really improved the property values in Riven Rock because of the quality of their home, the way it was built, located, landscaped, hardscaped, the whole area around their home, those other properties became more valuable. They just did a terrific job. They are very environmentally, we were stunned. They're very environmentally concerned. They built a home using green techniques. Their treatment of the Riven Rock Creek, which could have been over the top, was so understated and beautifully done. I would describe what they typically do as being understated. And lastly, I would tell you that they were terrific neighbors to us because we did a construction project in their backyard effectively. For about a year and a half, we had trucks and workers and heavy equipment, noise, dust, and they couldn't have been nicer to us. They were terrific neighbors to work with. They put up with a lot, and I just wanted to commend them to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pamela Taylor, to be followed by Mr. Lowe.
Thank you very much. I'm sitting in the background listening to all these neighbors and thinking that, gosh, the Glucks are terrific people. I'm sure that listening to other people that I have also decided that the Lows are very nice people as well. And I really, really think that it's going to be very difficult for you to make a decision. However, I think that these two families can get together without attorneys and probably come to a very good agreement. I know that your position is extremely difficult, but it is also a fact of life that I have been to the Glucks many, 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 many times, and they actually do have and have always had a very, very good view. And it would be a shame to take that away, and it would also be a shame if they can't get together.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe, do you wish to speak again? Norman Haberman, to be followed by Skip Harkson.
I, too, will be brief. I'm Norm Haberman. I've been a resident of Montecito for over 25 years. I, in fact, lived not far from the area in question for most of those years. And my comments are more appropriately to this committee and to the process rather than to the individual aspects, because I can understand both sides of this. My concern is that this group and the governing bodies who also opine on subjects such as this need to be concerned about what our community was and where it is now. And I'm not against development. I'm sort of for development. But it's got to be done orderly and neighborly as well. And my concern really is one when you deal with guidelines that you worked so hard to establish that have been in place for a long time, that I've watched over all these years, where the exception becomes the rule, and each precedent starts a new boundary for the parameters of the next project. And my concern somehow is that you will take into account not only the neighborly compatibility of this particular issue, but also the fact that we want this community to have some of the charm and some of the allure that brought us all here many, many years ago. And I would only hope that you will weigh both sides compassionately with the idea of coming up with some sort of a compromise that meets, if not all, the needs of both parties, but certainly addresses their needs, and you come up with an answer that at least has some compromise in it for all parties involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Mr. Harkson, to be followed by Mr. Wolbrandt.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, I'm Skip Harkson, And I'm here today just to explain a couple things. I represented Fred and Linda Gluck in the purchase of the home that we're discussing. And I can tell you, and I can go back very vividly in my mind, at the time it was purchased, the views were magnificent. And I mean unobstructed from the ground floor and, of course, the second floor. And I can remember at the time, both of them were so taken by the property because of the views. Mr. Nigro done a beautiful job in terms of building the home and designing it. But those massive views meant a lot. At the time, I recall there was a hedge, and it wasn't very tall at all. And I remember talking to Fred and Linda, and they expressed concern at the time that, you know, what happens down the road? And of course, there are no certainties. But one of the things that I've learned in all the years that I've sold real estate in Montecito is that we have the good neighbor policy. And I really hadn't heard of problems that would arise where neighbors couldn't work things out. It seems times have changed. And I think it's very sad, the situation that two great sides, the Lowe's and the Glucks, are where they are. But I did think it was important for you to know that back during that time, there was a wonderful view and every expectation that it would continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilbrandt, did you wish to speak again? Okay. Mr. Negro, to be followed by Filippini.
Jim Nigro, I'm the neighbor to the east, and just to clarify a couple of points, you know, obviously I know the history of the property since I did own both properties, and there absolutely was a clear ocean view at the time that the Glucks purchased it, and I can't imagine Fred Gluck ever cutting trees or telling anyone to go cut trees. And that I did meet with Rob Lowe and Chris Jacobs a couple of months ago because they knew I had a concern of drainage. And the MBAR also acknowledged that there was an issue. And they revised their plans, and I met with Rob and Chris Jacobs, and they assured me they were going to get me a set of plans so I could thoroughly review it because I am in the business. I have not seen the plans yet, but I'm sure ultimately they will be done correctly. But I also advised them at the time that knowing Fred and Linda for years and building their house, that they were extremely reasonable people and that I would hope they could come to some compromise regarding this issue. We would love to have them for neighbors and see the property developed because we were, you know, happy when the Browns bought it and we thought the Browns were going to build on it and that fell apart. So we would like to see it happen. And as not to be repetitive, but I think it is important to be a good neighbor. I mean, Dr. Somberg built behind me. I never met the gentleman, but when he was building, he had an issue. There was a couple of trees on my property. He sent his landscaper over, asked if he could trim my trees. I said, absolutely. I didn't have to think twice. That's what I moved to Montecito for. I mean, to have the great ocean views, the mountain views, and that's what we're here for. And I think it would be a shame for the Glucks to lose that. And I certainly hope they could work it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Filippini?
My name is Richard Filippini. I live at 680 Picacho, and I lived at this property for approximately 18 years. I'm very familiar with the property up above me, and I too concur with Jim Nigro that the views from the Glucks property was unobstructed, and that John Peters didn't plant any trees on that property. He just did grading. I'm also concerned about what I've heard at this hearing, that the grade has subsequently changed by approximately 2.5 feet. And that makes the story poles disingenuous that were placed there before. I objected at that time to the MBR to the size, height of the building, to the size of the building, the number of buildings, the location on the property, and my property. I have a conflict of really complaining about this because what you're telling me to do, if you do not follow the guidelines, it tells me that I should tear down my house, which is roughly about 6,900 square feet, and build about 16,000 square feet there. I quite frankly don't want to do that, but, you know, we're piecemealed on this process. If the grading has changed, I think that what, as a normal process to do, is to reinstate the story poles, because my mountain views are going to be blocked out from my property, a big portion of my mountain views. So nobody addresses the property, which is more, I'm probably more impacted than even the Glucks because of the proximity of my property to theirs. I border on Picacho Lane Jr., and I would love to have you reconsider exactly what's going on right now, because that is probably what I will do if I will be given the same consideration that the Lowe's are being given. I will probably tear down the house and put up maybe a 16,000 square foot house if I get the same treatment. Thank you very much.
Sir?
Just a moment. Commissioner?
Do I understand that it's your belief that the grading was altered since the MBAR's decision?
I believe I heard that a few minutes ago, that it was raised by 2.5 feet.
Okay. Well,
No, I actually, let me clarify that. I had asked the question whether the house is proposed, whether the grade underneath the house was going to be raised. I do not think it's been raised yet, but there is a proposal to, it looks like 2.5 at one end and maybe 3 to 4 according to the architect at the other end. Now, with regards to the story poles, one would have to ask whether the tops of the story poles actually included that change of grade. That would be the question that I would ask if I wanted to know what the neighbors had seen.
Right.
Because that can't, obviously the story poles can be at any height and they can take into account that change of grade. And I don't know what happened because I didn't see the story poles. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
What I think also what occurs is that when a basement is put in, where does the grade start? Because they have a tendency of doing it, what they do is they'll backfill up to the height of the basement wall, and they'll consider that the grade. So I don't know what's occurring here now. I just heard that the grade was going to be pushed up 2.5 feet. So I think that we need clarification there, and maybe we need the story poles replaced. I also objected very strongly to the size of the cupola, which was very intrusive. Thank you.
Thank you. I have speaker slips here from Mr. Weston and Mr. Jacobs, but I presume they've already spoken to their fill. Not true? Just a minute.
Yes, I was hoping that when we were all done, there would be an opportunity for re-comments, very short.
Yes. Well, that concludes the public comment period. Is there any other comment? All right, the public comment period is closed.
Mr. Chair, might I suggest, the normal course of your hearing would be that the applicant speaks and then the appellant has the last word, but you wanted to hear from Mr. Spahn as well, and they might want to respond to comments that he makes.
Yeah. I was waiting to see what Chairman Spahn wanted to do.
I'm ready, Mr. Chair, if you are. Diane, can I have you hand this to Aaron? I'm just going to go through my notes, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, in no particular order. I think just as the way they kind of came up. There was discussion about neighborhood compatibility. The first document that I had Aaron put up is the neighborhood study done by you, Chair McGreblian, back in, I guess, 93, 94, 95. This is where we start at MBAR for all projects, especially those projects that exceed the guidelines. Unfortunately, this project is not part of the public documents, it's not part of the architectural guidelines, and it's not made public to any of the applicants. So it's become a tool that hasn't really helped us tremendously. Hopefully, as we go on and revisit these guidelines, maybe a tool like this can be incorporated as well. So what we do on most projects, go to number 2, Aaron. What we do on most projects, almost all projects that require FAR studies, which are projects that exceed the guidelines, is we ask for an FAR study, we ask for story poles, and we visit the site. And at that time, we have a long discussion about whether or not the FAR study really represents the neighborhood. And in this particular case, the MBAR decided that the MBAR study map that was presented to us did actually reflect the current neighborhood, mainly because if you see the sites in the center, it's shown in blue. But it was built up all around. It seemed to be the last parcel, and it seemed to us that the proposal that was coming forward was similar in size, scope, and scale to what the neighbors already did. A couple of caveats, though. An Aaron Briggs study, neighborhood study, and the staff report, and I believe Derek Weston's also, his study, I think, matches or marries to Aaron's. For some reason, two parcels that MBAR considered that aren't on those two are the ones shown in yellow. And we're not sure why, but what we also look for are parcels that are of similar size. And these parcels, there are 4 of them, they're a similar size. You'll see that the top one, I believe, is over the recommended guidelines by 50-something%. 59%, thank you, Claire. The one to the upper right is 17% over. The one immediately next to the low property is 18% over, and the one further down is 15% over. But they're also, what's important about that for the MBAR is they're the same size parcel. Now, I know that this is a mathematical thing. It doesn't take into consideration topography, terrain, creeks, but unfortunately the way that the guidelines are written, it's a mathematical premise that you've got to look at. So this is one tool we look at. The other tool we look at is neighborhood compatibility. We're done with the overheads, thanks, Aaron. And neighborhood compatibility to us is size, topography, location, visibility, aesthetics, the use, the landscape. And in this particular case, we feel, as you know, by our ultimate vote and preliminary approval, that this project is compatible with the neighborhood. We do not take into consideration total development. That is not something that we do. It's not something that's in the guidelines. I know it's being discussed at this point. But this idea of changing the rules midstream is extremely concerning to the MBAR. It's not something that we want to take lightly. We don't think it's fair. We don't think it's reasonable to the applicants or to the community. We think a dialogue needs to occur. That dialogue is starting to occur with subcommittees. We believe that those subcommittees need to do their work. They need to get into the meats and bones, and maybe as part of that, total development and neighborhoods, this will all come out of it. But to try to impose those kind of conditions on this kind of project right now, we think is very dangerous. We don't think it's correct to do. The landscape plan, we were put into I think the MBAR was put into a quandary and stuck in the middle in a very difficult situation. We typically don't look and want to be the enforcement body of a landscape plan. It falls upon the county, but we were in this case put in the middle of that. And I think what we tried to do was hear both sides of the story and try to make a compromise. It was presented to us from day one from the Glucks that a view easement was what they ultimately were after, and we struggled with that. We knew that it is not our authority to give a view easement, and we understood that there was a concern here. And as the chair of the MBAR, I made sure every time that things were discussed and compromises were discussed, I looked at both the applicant and all the neighbors in the room at the time and looked for either a nod or an acknowledgement that that was okay, that we're going in the right direction. We also knew that because we told them to do this, as they left the room, we expected negotiations to occur with the neighbors out of our purview, because it really isn't our purview to do those kind of things. I just real quickly, the story polls did take into account the grade change. It was a concern of ours. We discussed the cupola. We discussed many aspects of this project ad nauseum for a great deal of time. It was 6 meetings, 5 or 6 meetings. I believe that the project that you have before you is a good project, and we would hope that you would deny this appeal and let the project move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have a question for you, Chairman. You showed us the area which you regarded as as the neighborhood. There were no parcels to the west of Picacho. What was your thinking there?
Mr. Chair, there was a long discussion about this. Many members of the MBAR felt that, including parcels to the west of the subject parcel, would be parcels that are much larger and would simply allow or show a much larger FAR overage, as it were. So they thought that would not be a thing to do for anyone at this point. If they thought that if we thought that there were parcels that were more 3 acres size of the subject parcel, we would prefer to have those that neighborhood extended, the FAR study extended. But really, what it came down to is the MBAR saw this as, like I said, an infill. All the development, all the parcels around it were developed. It seemed to be the last parcel, and it seemed to be coming to us similarly developed as the neighboring parcels.
Yes, and you also made a comment about the total development on a parcel. You're entirely correct that it is not part of our guidelines or standards at this time, and they should not be included in our deliberations. Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Span, can you tell me can you explain rather your understanding as to the perimeter height limitation, how it would work?
I think it's real simple. And it's real simple in that there is a condition of land use permit this land use permit that will identify and recognize the approved landscape plan. And at any one time, a neighbor, a member of the public can go to the county and say, look, here's the approved landscape plan. The Lowe's are not in compliance with it. We want enforcement of it.
So they're standing beyond the Glucks to object to a perceived violation. And this limitation would run with the land. It would be would continue. And this is something you've never done before? Was that your testimony?
Not on projects like this. These kind of conditions will show up on projects that the MPC might see.
Mm-hmm.
Conditions of approval for development plans, projects, larger projects. But you typically not at the MBAR level.
Who would pay for the trimming, do you think?
I would expect that if it's in compliance with an approved plan, that whoever owns that plan or that parcel would pay for that.
Would be the owner of the property. And I think it's your testimony that was a sense of agreement at 24 feet. If it had been 18 feet, that would have been fine with you as well? Okay. Do you feel that in the future you're going to have to look at these issues, perimeter height limitations, because you've done it once? Is this something that you're going to have to do in the future?
Probably not because we've done it once, but probably because of the constraints and the amount of development occurring in the community, yes, for that reason.
As we get closer to each other, this
is going to become a concern.
Yeah.
And yes, we are concerned about setting precedent. And the major concern we have at the MBAR is not just to the landscape, but we feel the design guidelines need to be revisited. They need to be strengthened. We need better tools.
I certainly would like all neighbors to have more guidance as to expectations, certainly. I don't know exactly how to do it at this moment. Did you fashion the type of plant? And if it's in here, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yes, we did. There were two concerns, and Sam Maphis is our MBA, our landscape architect member. He worked closely with Grant Castleberg. The hedge and as well as the trees, there was a concept that if you that if there is this perceived 24-foot height limit, or however you want to describe it over the is that northeasterly portion of the parcel, that instead of allowing trees, redwoods that would grow larger, taller than that, and have them topped off, why not simply specify a tree and plant a tree that doesn't grow any higher than 24, 25 feet? And that's what we went with.
So perhaps we won't have to trim it all.
That would be the concept.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Does that, Chairman, does that imply, though, that if the redwoods grow taller, that they would have to be cut then?
Yes, and that is why the MBAR, Mr. Chair, did not like the redwoods to be used in this particular
But
case.
that also implies that perhaps they should be removed.
That's exactly what our plan, the proposed plan asked for them to be removed, or relocated on the site some other location.
Commissioner Berg.
Chairman McRevlin. Mr. Span, the issue of the height of the finished floor, was that addressed? And could you explain to us what considerations you took there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Berg. The height of the finished floor is always taken into consideration when story poles are put up. And in this particular case, if I'm not mistaken, and I've got to look back at my notes, when we were at the site, we actually asked that the entire project be lowered 4 feet, and I believe that the approved project is a reduction of the ridge line. And it was done in a couple of different ways. But yes, the finished floor, if you look at the architect's drawings, all it really is a requirement to direct water away from the property, from the building itself. It's not very large. It's a foot in one case. I think it goes down to 3 or 4 feet on the other. That's all it is. It's not high out of the ground.
Right. I think we've been misreading the plans then, because our assumption, the scale on these is difficult for us to see. But our assumption was that they were actually, it was being padded up by between 2 and 4 feet, and that's not
That's not the
correct.
case.
That's not correct.
But the grade, excuse me, Commissioner, but the grade that has been proposed here is below what had been originally contemplated? Did I understand you?
No. No, the height of the structure, as approved.
Well, just the height of the structure, but not the grade.
About 4 feet.
If I could continue. Mr. Span, Mr. Filippini brought up the issue of the cupola and the effect on his property. Did you have a chance to consider that in your deliberations?
Actually, we did. We talked about this at great length. One of the things you'll notice about this house is that it's in the American colonial style. It's not something that we see a lot in Montecito. And it's something that at the MBAR we find refreshing. We heard Mr. Filippini, we went down to his property, we looked back up at the site, we saw the story poles. We do not feel that the cupola will even be seen from Mr. Filippini's property, and that is the way that MBAR looked at that property.
And you all agreed that that was the case. Thank you.
Commissioner Gotstanker.
Chairman Span, or maybe actually this needs to go to the architect. I am unable to determine from either the big landscape plan or the site plan that we have in front of us that Mr. Berg is getting the magnifying glass out to look at, where the redwoods are that we're talking about. I don't find these redwoods located on the plans. No.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Gotstenker, I think Aaron's trying to point it out on the site plan.
But there are also a bunch of them along that eastern boundary.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gotstenker, the trees were required to be removed as part of the approved plans. What you see there are the approved plans that show them removed, and there's a notation, redwood trees to be removed, so they don't show up.
I see that. So, I mean, that's why I went up there and looked to see if I could find that, you know. So what we're saying is that the redwood, there's literally a grove of redwood trees right there that is in question, because that is... Now, are there redwood trees located in other places on the property that are proposed to stay? Okay, because we did see those story poles. That's not where those story poles were located in the photographs that were to indicate the redwood trees. That's not, they weren't there. They were somewhere else. Where are those?
Same corner. The redwoods to be removed from here.
Right there, I understand. I see that. Oh, where did you get this from? Oh, okay. I was going to say, I didn't see this. So those are to be removed. Then this, okay, so there's one right there. Okay, so then there are scattered redwood trees existing above the house to the, above the guest parking, in other words.
To the west.
It looks like on this plan that we've got some others right in there.
There's more here, there's more here, and I believe there's one in this area somewhere in here to be removed.
Those are the Aleppo pines.
There were 3 to be removed.
Oh, existing redwood to be removed, I see. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. It's way easier to see this on this plan.
Yeah, I have a comment on that, too. My understanding is that, and I've been on the site, there are some redwood trees right in here as part of a hedge.
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I remember seeing them.
I don't remember seeing them. That's why I'm
You
trying
may
to
be referring to
clarify
those
which ones we're
pine
talking
trees. There's
about.
2 pine trees? Is that what you're
There's a
thinking of?
pine tree, but there's a couple of redwoods right in here.
It says right here, remove existing redwoods, and it points to right here.
All right, then those must be the ones that I'm referring to. Okay. All right, let's see. Commissioner Tilsher, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just go back for a minute to when you were talking about the 24-foot height of the hedge. And I know you said that he looked around and Mr. Gluck nodded his approval and the Lowe's nodded their approval. So they were in agreement. Did the Glucks ever come to you later and say, That hedge is too high?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Dusha, no, but the Glucks did come back to us, I believe it was when we did give preliminary approval, and wanted a larger area to be considered for the view, as opposed to just 90 feet long of hedge along their property line. And I believe that is where the discussion's about, well, if it's going to extend across the entire northeast and eastern property line, we don't want to see trees being topped. That's where the discussion with Sam Mayfis and the board began about, well, let's include trees that don't grow over 24 feet instead. And maybe this is a way to get around that issue.
So they came back and they decided that not all of that area should be 24 feet in height. Some of that area should be below that.
Or a larger area instead of, if I remember correctly, and I don't have my notes with me, I'm sorry, but when we first saw this early on, it was represented to us as a triangle, and later on as a project, that triangle began to become more of a rectangle, and extend all the way down to Picacho.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Span, I asked earlier whether, without the parties' agreement, you would have fashioned the perimeter height limitation, and you said no. Would that be your answer as to the removal of trees as well? You sensed parties' agreement as to that? Because that seems to be a bigger step to me. That's forcing trees out of someone's property is just, it seems another step away from what we typically do. But anyway, let me
go back on the redwood trees. There is great disagreement among experts about the way you treat redwood trees. I'm sure that Claire, who's a respected landscape designer, has her opinion as well. I'd like to hear that as well. But the concern is that if the redwood trees were used as a hedge, which they are throughout Montecito, along the property line, there may be a way to top them and trim them in a way. However, if you look, and if you just saw by this testimony, the way that the redwood trees are planted now, currently, the ones that are in question, are not planted as a hedge. They're planted as a grove or as within an open area. So the concern there is if you top those off, that's not first of all, they're not being used as a hedge. Secondly, if you top them off, they're going to look like trees that have been topped off. And they can never be maintained, or they're not close enough together to create the kind of hedge effect that you might see along an entire property line, 200 or 300 feet long.
And again, your decision to have them removed is the result of what appeared to be the parties' agreement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions to Chairman Span? Perhaps you'd like to stay on, Chairman, when we go into deliberation. But now there's, I think, an opportunity for the appellant to speak.
Thank you, Chairman McGribley and Derek Weston. I think I can keep my comments just quite brief, a minute or two. The discussions of the parties pertaining to their 24 feet, I'm going to talk about that first, Commissioner Tilcher, because you mentioned it a number of times, was based on an effort to reach a compromise when they thought there would be a real binding agreement that would truly carry through and affect the property indefinitely. We feel that the conditions, that it is not adequately clear what that requirement really is, and that it would be difficult to enforce it as it is worded. So if that is the way it is to end up, we think that language needs to be looked at very carefully to make sure that it means what we thought. When the Glucks, in that negotiation process, in an effort to be a good neighbor, talked about accepting 24 feet, it means that they would wipe out their entire ground floor view, so it's an enormous concession. They wanted to make sure that what was left was a plane that they truly would see over, and I don't think the conditions are strict enough or clear enough that there really won't be a lot of landscaping that will grow up. So they are concerned about the substance, but it was a huge, huge concession. I do want to comment briefly on the comments which a number of the applicants repeated about being let into the club and have the opportunity to build an estate house comparable to the neighbors. And what I think is being lost sight of is the fact that they are proposing building that is much larger than any of the neighbors. It is not comparable Now, to say, as Chris Jacobs does, that they are entitled to have the same kind of amenities that other estate homes have, of course they are entitled to have a cabana and a guest house and all of those things. That is not the issue. The Glucks have a small cabana of 160 square feet. What I am concerned that you are losing sight of is that this house, if you look at it in a gross square footage basis, will be about 15,500 square feet, larger than any of these homes that they supposedly compare themselves to. I think you were on the right track at the beginning of this hearing when you talked about the larger community. And I'm not sure all of you agree with me, but I think it is completely appropriate to look not only at the size guidelines with respect to the principal residence, but then to step back and look at the entire picture to make sure that the guidelines aren't being used in a way where you lose sight of the forest for the trees, to pick an appropriate metaphor in this case. And that's what's happening. The proposed residence already is much bigger. Now, it's true that there are a few residences built after the guidelines that are bigger. That's true. The one that Chairman Spann referred to that was much larger was built long before. But none of them have significant outbuildings or extra buildings. So we're not comparing apples and oranges. We are comparing apples and oranges. It's very important to keep track of the fact that this project is bigger than anything, anywhere in the neighborhood. That is the reality. And if you'd be good enough, Aaron, to put up the chart, I would encourage you to look at the chart, which is included on my latest letter. I think if you study those numbers, and I know some of you are really numbers people, it's very clear that it is bigger in every single respect than any other house in the neighborhood. And it is between 150 and 200% of the average in the neighborhood. And that is just using a narrow definition of neighborhood. I'm sorry, that is the applicant's chart and not ours. Because our chart, unlike this one, counts the guest houses, cabanas, all the extra footage, because that's the footage that everybody in the community will see. I think that if this ends up with a process where this is allowed to go through, the community is going to be very surprised that this commission approved a project that in reality is over 15,000 square feet of development, larger than any other single home in the area, and significantly larger than all of its immediate neighbors on the theory that they're entitled to it under neighborhood compatibility. And that's why I'm concerned that we may be losing sight of the forest for the trees. We have been very patient. In our view, that interpretation is not a changing of a rule, but the enforcement of what always has been the rule, that you have to ultimately look to neighborhood compatibility. And I do want to point out that when Chris Jacobs quoted the section of the Montecito plan that refers to neighborhood compatibility, he misquoted it. He read it wrong. That section states, a project with floor area size substantially in excess of the floor area of immediately surrounding properties. And when he read it, he said larger than the guidelines. But that's not what it says. It looks at floor area. And I think it's an appropriate direction from the Montecito Community Plan that in addition to the guidelines, you need to look at everything that's going on the ground. And I do not see a rational basis for approving a project that is larger than anything else anywhere in the neighborhood. I just don't see how you get there. I thank you for your patience. I know everybody else does as well, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Bierig?
Chairman McGrovlian, if I could, Mr. Weston, I understand your argument about the total size, and I think there's logic to your arguments that this is, in fact, the biggest house in total square footage. But isn't your client ultimately interested in preserving its view, and that square footage is much less of an issue for them than simply coming up with a methodology where they know that view is preserved? Isn't that, in fact, what you're hoping to achieve ultimately? And that the arguments related to FAR are really methods of getting the project to be reconsidered so that issue can be more directly addressed. And I'm just trying to be, isn't that where we're really headed?
Yes and no. There is definitely truth to what you're saying. I mean, I'm always try to be as candid as possible. If they could have more realistic protection of their views, they would feel that they had gained something. So that is definitely true. At the same time, they had no idea that this house was that big because they too focused on the guideline number and assumed it was a house similar in size to the adjacent houses. And until really the last few days when we've been focusing on it, you can ask Fred, no idea that this house was about twice as big as their principal structure. So they do have a concern that it tends to dwarf the other houses in the neighborhood, and they certainly have a community concern. And yet it is also, and those are legitimate concerns. And it is also true that their view is of major concern to them, and if they thought it were more realistically protected, they would feel much better. Now, is that a fair answer to your
That
question?
is a fair answer, because that's how I would feel if I was the Glucks.
Yes.
If the basement's filled in, I'm really not going to know. But if the view's protected, I'm going to know from the house. So just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Phillips.
Mr. Weston, as Commissioner Berrig stated, I'm concerned about the creep as well, and I wish maybe there was a better way, but I think you're asking for the Western analysis of determining compatibility and size, and that's a lot to ask of us right now. And it's amazing, it seems to me, that in the process you have view protection, the first time they've ever given it. I feel terribly for the Glucks, and I hope the people that sold them the house and never suggested that view is sacrosanct, and we all know it isn't. But if we go down that road, what a mess we'd be in. The hedge police would be all over the place, and it would be unworkable. And it seems to me, following Commissioner Tilscher's view, that, boy, if that had been down at 15 or 16 feet, you really would have been not here today, I think. But as Mr. Spann said, the only reason that's at 24 is that you guys seem to agree to it. I'm not speaking for everyone, of course, but I guess I'd be pleased that I got some view at all. Yeah.
Well, thank you. We would much prefer it lower. That agreement came in the context of believing there would be stronger protections in connection with it. And I do want to say, when you refer to the Western interpretation, I really think that's not correct. I personally participated in an appeal that went before the Board of Supervisors on a big project in Cowles Road. And the Board of Supervisors definitely concluded that the neighborhood that it mattered in that case was the Cowles Road neighborhood, and that this house was out of proportion to the neighborhood. They did not focus on the FAR question. They focused on exactly this question.
Well, I was more speaking to your wanting to include the basement. I mean, you're up to 15,000 square feet. I don't want to belabor that.
But you know that I gave you the figures both ways, even without the basement. If you look just at the house, it's the biggest. If you look at the house with outlying buildings, it's even bigger. And if you look at with the basement, it's even bigger yet. So I think under any measure it is large. And thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. Yes, Mr. Jacobs.
Chairman McGrebley and members of the Commission, just a few comments. First, to address some of the questions that were raised during the public comments. Mr. Grokenberger and Mr. Gluck both referenced a threatening letter that they claim was sent to Mr. Gluck, and it was in fact sent to Mr. Gluck. It's in your packet. It is within some materials submitted by Chip Woolbrandt, and it's under a letterhead that says NWW Investments, LLC. And midway through that packet, you will see a letter from the law firm of Price, Postel, and Parma. Basically, all that letter does is say that if you believed you had permission to come onto the property to trim trees or have your gardeners come onto the property to trim trees, that permission is being withdrawn. It recognizes that there was a misunderstanding. Mr. Waite does not recall apparently giving permission to Mr. Gluck. Mr. Gluck may believe that he did have permission from Mr. Waite. So that addresses that. Another question that came up was that Mr. Filippini says he has concerns about the setting of the story poles. As Chairman Span indicated, the story poles for both the residents and for the screening vegetation were both set at finished grade. So we actually figured out what finished grade was going to be and set those poles so that people could actually see what was going to be the end result. As to the cupola, it is not visible from Mr. Filippini's house. You're in a really difficult position. You're being asked by the appellant to condition this project in a way that you really can't condition a project. I don't believe that your commission has the authority to impose a condition that requires one private property owner to grant another private property owner a view easement. In essence, that's what you're being asked to do, in one way or another, either through an actual easement or through a restriction over the portion of the property which is claimed as being the view corridor, which would restrict the height at a specific height. One way or another, you would be compelling the granting of some kind of a transfer of rights from one private property owner to another, and I don't believe that you can do that, and I don't believe it's appropriate to do it, and I don't think it would be a good thing to head down that road. I think that there's been a lot of discussion about trees and landscape architecture and tree selection. One thing that we heard fairly clearly from the landscape architects, Sam Maphis, who was on the MBAR, and others who commented, was that the concept of maintaining a portion of a property with a flat top haircut in perpetuity is not good landscape design. That trees, in effect, add to the community character, and that trees can frame views, and the views through trees, which are appropriately maintained, are attractive. There's been a discussion about the triangle and height restrictions, and I believe that in the final action of the MBAR, height restrictions were set for the hedge along the entire easterly boundary of the property. They increase in height as you move to the south because obviously the ground falls away. Finally, I just want to point out that the Burkhoff Trust, in acquiring this property, had a reasonable expectation with respect to what they could do with it. I think they had a reasonable expectation that the Montecito guidelines would be followed and that existing practices with respect to interpretation of those guidelines would be followed. I just think it would be a terrible thing to have the rules change midstream. So with those comments, I'll conclude.
Just a moment, Mr. Jacobs. Counsel, I want to raise a question with regard to this hedge height. Is a condition imposed by either the MPC or the MBAR on the height of a hedge a valid one or a viable one?
Those are two different questions, valid and viable.
Viable is the one I had in mind.
Yeah, right. I'll answer valid, and Diane will address viable. I would say I really like Tony's manner, and I think they try really hard. It's probably that condition was no good deed goes unpunished, as Shane often says. It would put the county in a terrible bind to require, when I don't see anything, and I don't think that the MBAR saw anything really that that was a nexus for them to do it. I think they did it really in a spirit of compromise, which is great. It's unfortunate that compromise didn't hold. So I see that the view issues are related to structures in your policies and in the guidelines. And you're sitting today as both the BAR and as a staff person at the counter. So you've got both the policies and the guidelines in front of you to make your decision.
Yeah. So my conclusion then from your comments and from the comments that Mr. Jacobs has made is that if there's any attempt to make a restriction on a hedge, it would be by species selection.
Mr. Chair, this is where I think the viability comes in. And speaking as the person responsible for permit compliance and zoning enforcement, it would not be a very tenable position for the department to be in if we picked plants that required continual maintenance to be kept at a certain height. I don't think that's a realistic expectation. I think we have a hard enough time ensuring that yours and the BAR's conditions are carried out in the field. And if we added this to that mix, I'm afraid that we would fail dismally and everybody would be unhappy. So species selection, I think, is perfectly appropriate. The BAR has a lot to say about that. I think when applicants agree to do things, it's different than placing a condition on them. And I think what Mr. Span essentially said was everybody agreed that this was a reasonable way to go, at least at a particular point in time. If that's the case, they agreed, the species take care of the height, we don't have a problem with that approach.
Yeah, I do understand that agreement between the neighbors would be something which survives so long as they survive, among other things. So it's a temporal effect in itself.
Mr. Chair, actually, in this particular case, if the approvals incorporate certain species of landscaping, that's what the approvals incorporate.
I was talking
so
about limiting the height by cutting, by pruning.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the plans as approved by the BAR, assuming that the Montecito BAR, assuming that the Montecito Planning Commission were to uphold them, are the plans that they would need to.
I don't have any doubt about that because they have jurisdiction over the landscaping issue. Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 24 feet is to be ignored. That is no longer in any document. Just species.
No, that's inaccurate. The 24 feet hedge limitation it says hedge maintained at 24 feet above finished grade.
Well, that's.
So that is part of the approved landscape plan. There's another reference I might add to the trees, which don't even want to go there. But right now the hedge does have, a maintenance reference on the plans.
Well, the 24 feet seems redundant if the species selection was to stay under that number.
The species selection that are on the plans is easily maintained at 24 feet.
Commissioners, Mr. Jacobs has the podium, and if you have questions or comments to him, let's take care of those. Deliberations we can take on momentarily.
I may be able to help with the answers. It was agreed that there would be height limitations on portions of the hedge. Those limitations are incorporated within the approved landscaping plan. We understand those to be enforceable restrictions. They're all applicable to the perimeter landscaping. The interior portions and the tree selections inside of the perimeter have been made by species selection. The trees that were selected presumably grow to a height that is appropriate in terms of that particular location and the perceived view corridors. The hedging material is primarily myoporum in that particular area, and I think its terminal height may be something more than 24 feet. It's probably in the 30 to 35 foot range, but Commissioner Gottstanker probably knows a lot more about that than I do.
All right. Commissioner Phillips, are you concluded for the moment?
Mr. Jacobs, the height limitation wouldn't have happened except that your client and Mr. Gluck agreed to it. Is there a way to pull this height limitation out of this agreement and for you and the Glucks to fashion something that maybe is 20 feet? As I looked from Gluck's second story, it is so close to right at 20, from what I can tell from the pole, but it's above it a little bit. And I don't know if that solves the problem, but this seems to be, if we have this height limitation in this condition, we're going to be living with this forever, I think, and you'll be arguing this and forever, and it just doesn't seem to belong here. And it wouldn't have been here but for the agreement. I wonder if there's a way to pull it away from here and get it done.
We were trying to do two things when we selected that hedge height. One, we were trying to reach this very delicate balance of screening out the majority of the Gluck's residents, and particularly on the southeasterly corner, there's a covered patio, and some of you that were at the site may have been there. And with the screening at 24 feet, when looking back towards the Gluck's residence from 700 Picacho Lane, you can still see the roof of the Gluck house, but you can't see into the interior areas of that outdoor covered living space. All the same, when looking from the Gluck's house, from that same room, you can see over the hedge at 24 feet, and it doesn't interfere with the ocean view. So we had originally proposed a more stepped approach. When the Glucks saw the string line set at 24 feet, they said, it doesn't really matter if it's 22 or 24 or 20. 24 works.
Well, good.
Commissioner Tilcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask council I just want to clarify something that you'd said. When Mr. Jacobs said that, in effect, there would be a transfer of property rights if we cite any specific height. I think that's what you said, and excuse me for 1 second. And if we, and that you felt that the county would be in a very difficult position to defend itself in the event that we impose some height on that hedge. Now, if MBAR approved that height, why is that a problem? Isn't it within their prerogative to approve that height? And why is that an issue for the county? Am I reading you wrong?
No, not too wrong. I think that the county can impose height limits. You could say, whoa, you've got a finding in your BAR findings that you look at the landscaping and you as the BAR and the BAR, when they were sitting as the BAR looking in this project, they have an obligation to look at the landscape plan and make sure that it's harmonious with the project. And I don't remember all the components of that finding, but certainly they could say a tree, thanks, Peter, adequate landscaping shall be provided in proportion to the project and this site, and et cetera. Adequate provision for maintenance of all planting. So you could say that height of a tree is simply not in proportion, or it's too low, it's too high, it's too wide, whatever. My point, I think, and Mr. Jacobs' point is that if you say your tree has to be 16 feet or 20 feet for your neighbor to look over your house and through your yard, that is closer to being a problem for me.
That's right.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to maybe just further address Commissioner Phillips' question about whether or not that height limit ought to be on the BAR plans, I would say it's problematic. And if that it's okay to pick plant material that is intended to reach that height, but to expect the county staff to monitor the height of landscaping, I think is not appropriate. If they wanted to if the property owners wanted to enter into a private agreement and enforce that private agreement against each other, that would be perfectly acceptable to your staff. But I don't think it's a realistic expectation for us to monitor the height. It should be done through plant material selection.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Director, I agree, and Chairman Span wouldn't have done this but for the
Right.
perceived agreement of the parties. I mean, we are, it's nearly a taking issue, and I can do this. I can go with this, but we're going to have to strongly underline that the parties wanted this, and that would provide exceptions for us in the future, I think.
Mr. Chair, and I don't want to jump ahead in this hearing process because I don't know where the commission is going, but I would strongly recommend that, given what you've heard today, if you are inclined to uphold your staff and the BAR's approval, that you eliminate this provision, because I don't think we do have agreement.
Well, based on
The
everything.
plant material will take care of
Yeah,
it. I would just eliminate the rest.
I think that's the crux of the matter, that if we're going to attempt to have any influence on that matter, which would be compatible with what the applicant and the appellant is saying, is that we would provide a condition that limits the choice of vegetation, the shrub material. And I think that's certainly within our purview to do that, and the purview of the MBAR to do that. That's a landscaping issue over which we have authority. Not a height issue, directly.
May I
Mr.
comment,
Weston,
Chairman?
do you want to speak?
Well, you're focusing in on the concern that has concerned us the entire time, which is that the enforcement of this condition, which was at least offered by the other side, seems to be very slippery. I understand exactly why the county is concerned. I think it is not desirable, it's not ideal to have that be a condition that the county has to worry about. We would much prefer to have a formal agreement between the property owners that restricted the height to 20 feet or maybe 22 feet or any specific amount so that we did not have to involve the county. Part of our concern now is that, and I should be corrected if I'm mistaken about this, that there is some designation of species in the middle of the property, but the hedge material is not a species that's expected to grow to a certain height. And Claire, you may correct me if that's wrong. I think it's a hedge that was expected to be trimmed to a certain height. You're checking, is that correct?
Yes, the species is a ficus or portocarpus hedge planted as a screen to be maintained at at 24 feet. Well, that's an easy thing to do.
It would grow taller if it weren't maintained, is that correct?
Well, portocarpus will grow into a very large tree if not maintained.
So in this instance,
yeah, the ficus, the green gem ficus, it'll have a hard time getting up to 24 feet. It'll take a while.
It will be very disappointing to us, to say the least, if the end result of this hearing is to eliminate that condition entirely and to leave the same species on the hedge, because then we really get nothing. And I just don't think it's appropriate.
Indeed, Mr. Weston,
and I certainly understand, with all respect, Commissioner Phillips, with all respect, I disagree that it's a taking issue. If you have the right to specify a species, you have a right to specify the height. It is an identical issue. However,
I don't know that we have the right to specify species either, but we're taking trees away.
Right.
I don't know. I certainly wish that we weren't hearing this.
I understand that. We wish you weren't hearing it. I can.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. So my only concluding comment is that I think your ultimate right to approve the project or not, on which I certainly think you have discretion, gives you the opportunity to encourage the applicants to resolve this issue. So we appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weston.
Just as a clarification and perhaps to help, we would be glad to switch the hedging material to ficus green gem.
Yeah, it's actually on your plan already as one of the possible things.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We want to eliminate the others and go with that hedging material that's acceptable.
Well, and that is a hedging material that's consistent with the other. I mean, I know that the Nigro property, that is the hedge that's there, and it is a hedge that, it's like what I was just saying when, is like Chairman Griblian was saying, well, say what species? Well, the reality is any hedge will grow ultimately. There isn't a species that doesn't need to be maintained as a hedge. In order to cause it to be a hedge, it's a tree that you have to continually prune. That's what makes it a hedge. So there's no particular species that isn't going to turn into a tree at a later date if untrimmed. Even all of our portocarpus hedges, the myoporums die before they get that big because they don't have a long life. So to make it species specific, I mean, this is for the commission, I'm saying is somewhat unrealistic, and one of the slower growing, easier to maintain hedges that's come into the landscaping business within the last 10 or 15 years is the green gem ficus. So we never saw those 20 years ago. That's been developed as a hedge material in the business. So if that is what the commission decides is that you want a species, that would be my recommendation, that would be the species that we go with because it would be easier to maintain.
We would accept that modification to the project, and Commissioner Gottstanker is right. The plant material both on the northerly side and the easterly side, the Gluck and the Nigro sides, are both green gem ficus.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jacob. The commission has already begun its deliberations, evidently. So we will continue. Commissioner Gottstanker.
So, Mr. Chair, as long as we're on the landscaping, because as far as I see, there's two issues here to the appeal, but so we now are into the whole landscaping issue. There is actually a notation on the plan that says, and it is in the upper corner that we're talking about, where we're trying to, get some sort of view across the Burkhoff Trust property, that says trees may be maintained at 24 feet. So I think that there's been a mixing of apples and oranges, and I would just like to point out that we have two different issues. We have a hedge, which is easily maintained at 24 feet. I think the resistance, and certainly my resistance, when I was at the MBAR hearing and this issue came out, and I spoke out very verbally at that time, that I do not think in Montecito that we want to set a precedent for trees, being topped off at 24 feet. There are communities, Pacific's Palisades comes to mind, and I did speak to this at the MBAR hearing, where there is actually the entire community is topped off at 16 feet. That is not the character of Montecito. So I strongly feel that particular notation should be taken off the plans. That the trees, and as several people have said, a good landscape architect or garden landscape designer, can literally frame views with trees, and that's something that I don't know how to work out, like right here, right now with a piece of paper, because it's a three-dimensional thing. But I strongly believe that there should be no condition or no recommendation on the landscape plans that trees of any species should be topped to 24 feet.
Okay, so your suggestion is that in order to avoid that requirement, that the trees that are specified in the corner, that northeast corner, be eliminated?
No, I don't think so. No, I'm just saying that the 24-foot height limit be eliminated. I don't think we've gotten around to deciding what species of trees necessarily need to go in that corner.
All right, let's
Is
continue.
that clear? You looked like you were confused. Was that clear, what?
Well, I was a little uncertain as to what your objective was in your remarks. You were just concerned about the topping.
Yes, yes, and I just wanted to clarify that for me, it's two different issues. A hedge is one thing, trees are another thing.
That part I did understand. You're thinking about the trees right now, and those trees could be very tall. That's a fact, the way they're specified now. They're redwoods, aren't they?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair?
No, I am not talking about the redwoods. I am talking about the species on the plan, which is evergreen pears and the New Zealand Christmas trees. Those are the ones, and neither of those are particularly fast or tall trees here. Of course, in New Zealand, the New Zealand Christmas trees are huge, but not here, they're not.
Mr. Chair,
right, Chairman.
I just want to interject real quickly. Sam Maphis and the rest of the MBAR agree wholeheartedly with the comments that Claire just made. If you look at the landscape plan, the Glucks had a concern that there were 4 trees located in this approved plan. The statements were made by Mr. Maphis that the evergreen pear and the New Zealand Christmas tree it would be very difficult for them to get up to 24 feet. However, to appease the Glucks at that particular time, Mr. Maphis allowed this one note to occur here because he thought it was a mute issue.
Okay. Well, thank you for that remark. My impression was from a previous remark that those were redwoods there. That's why I was concerned. But your comment is entirely acceptable. Okay. Commissioner Phillips.
Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners, we're heading down a very twisted path. The good neighbor policy looks to siting of the home. MBAR moved that house over to the west. I'm very sympathetic to the Gluck's position, but we should not, and MBAR would not have gotten into species selection, height limitation, if it wasn't thought of as a compromise. This is not what we should be doing.
Can I see the guidelines?
Okay, Commissioner Berg.
I disagree a little bit. I think it's appropriate for us to do landscape by design. In other words, rather than pick a height for maintenance, I think it's totally appropriate for us to for instance, we could deny this appeal. I'll just throw it out. We could deny the appeal, but say we'd like this project to go back and for the final landscape plan to be designed such that there is by design a view corridor similar to the one that was being considered. Without dictating material, let the landscape architects work that out. That's their purview and what they should be doing. And while I'm speaking, I guess my other question to my fellow commissioners is, how do you feel about this issue? I mean, at some point we have to address, is this house compatible with this neighborhood or not? And I don't think we've touched on that.
Through the landscaping
Well, I
first.
think, but the reason I asked the question is because if we're only really addressing maintaining a view corridor, we're really avoiding the issue of, is this house compatible? Because conceivably we could say, it's not compatible. It's close, but we're going to have to send it back for to take some square footage out of it, because not that it's outrageous, because I don't think it is, but we could say, in the context of designing a project that's compatible with the neighborhood, this one is just a little bit further than we feel is appropriate, and it just needs a little more work, and it's appropriate to send it back. I'm not making that as a motion. I'm just suggesting it as our next topic for discussion.
Commissioner Berg, I appreciate your comments, and that's an aspect of this project that we haven't come to yet. I want to put the rest, this matter of our thoughts on the subject of the landscaping. Let's settle that matter first. Commissioner Gotstenker, you had additional comments?
Yes, I do. Given what Commissioner Phillips has said, that is not really within the purview, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to disagree with my fellow commissioner in that we ask for, in the documentations during the review process, we ask for a preliminary landscape plan showing existing and proposed trees and shrubs, including any existing vegetation to be removed. That then goes on as part of the final landscape, the final review. And then if you go to Section H, there are 2 pages of guidelines with regards to landscape planting and landscape designs and the character of the materials and on and on and on. So I I disagree. It is within the purview of the MBAR to deal with, and I want to point out that it actually is a community plan policy that the significance of the urban forest be maintained throughout the Montecito community. So it is very definitely within the purview of MBAR to review and subsequently us to review landscape issues.
But not to create a view for a neighbor. That not for that
Absolutely,
reason.
not for, no, there is nothing, in fact, if we really look, historically, it's been just the opposite. It has been the precedent of the writing of all of these landscape issues to actually create privacy, both from streets and from neighbors. That's what MBAR is looking at, is they're looking at how can a property owner privatize their piece of property. Yeah, so this view is this is a whole new ballgame here.
Yeah.
Mr.
Secretary?
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, I think there's 2 points in the section of landscaping that are particularly relevant here, and I think it's the tension that's in the room in terms of landscaping. One is that that privacy between adjoining properties should be maximized. That's under landscaping on page 23, it's C. And the other is that planting should be compatible with the character of the site, the project, and the surrounding area. Now, that doesn't say maintain private views, but that it be compatible with that area. So I think that's where the tension lies right now, and the tension between the particular property owners. I do think it's an appropriate thing for your commission to address in the context of the appeal, but I think that's where you need to really focus.
Commissioner Tilcher?
Thank you, Chairman McGrifflin. I agree with Commissioner Barrick. I feel that we should be able to, it seems appropriate to take this project and take it back to MBAR for some consideration, landscaping-wise, before we ever get to the other subject of size. But it just seems appropriate that it should go back with that in mind as to species, as to what trees are to be removed, and I suppose when it goes back, we're not going to be able to deal with height.
Mr. Chair, I have a suggestion. First of all, I think I would request that you ask Mr. Span what he thinks about that, because I did ask him whether or not he thought the BAR addressed the framing of views and the appropriate selection of plant material. And I think, based upon our very brief conversation, he thinks they did. So if you don't think they did, you're going to need to give the BAR some guidance. So that's point number one. Point number two is don't send this back just to address landscaping and then come back and talk about the building. I
didn't want it to break it in two pieces, but I'm just referring to the landscaping problem.
Okay. But if what you're asking for is for the BAR to do some more work, I think what you see is a unanimous decision of the BAR that this was an appropriate treatment of the site. And so if you don't think it was, give them some guidance.
But Mr. Chair,
just a moment, Commissioner.
You need to ask that publicly. You whispered that.
No, I wanted Commissioner Gotstanker to indicate from her perspective whether or not the MBAR's address to the matter of the landscaping and the view corridor, et cetera, was an adequate one, as proposed to us.
Yes, I do think it was an adequate one,
Okay.
And the only thing that I don't, as I said previously, is that I do think that the condition of maintaining those trees at 24 feet should be taken off. I understand where they were coming from, and I don't think that they necessarily would have done that on any other project other than it was to sort of create something that I don't know whether it's appropriate for them to create a view easement like that.
All right, Chairman.
And that's the only problem I have with the landscape plan.
Mr. Chair, the only other comment I want to make in this issue is remember that this project has to come back to MBAR to receive final approval. So if there are any conditions that the PC wants us to look at, we could always do that at that time as well.
We have other issues to address I just want to put the bed this matter of the landscaping. Commissioner Phillips, do you have any other comments on this subject?
Mr. Chair, we have to decide whether we're creating whether we're going to whether we're fashioning a condition based on a neighbor's view opportunity, or else Mr. Spann has no direction. And I think he told us that he wouldn't have done this sua sponte, on your own. You wouldn't have done it.
Absolutely not. We cannot find a nexus.
Okay,
Then,
just a moment.
That's just for the height. I think they were okay with the plant species, weren't you?
oh, you
Chairman
were.
Spann?
We're okay with the plant species.
I think that's the crux of the
It's
matter.
just the height thing.
All right.
That's the crux of the matter. That was the basis of my comment that the MBAR had adequately addressed this issue by plant selection and configuration. All right, I'm satisfied with this particular subject. Let's go on to another one. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, before you talk about the size of the house and compatibility, I thought maybe you'd just like your staff to read you the same section everybody else has read to you. Because I think, and maybe we need to put it up on the screen, I think it is really an important section, because the way that this provision in the guidelines is structured, there's a general statement of purpose. Nobody's read you that general statement of purpose, I don't think. And that general statement of purpose says, the Montecito community is concerned about the mass of a structure as it appears to the community. Now, I heard somebody ask, would it matter to you if you couldn't see it? And the answer I heard was, well, sort of. That's not what this says, from my reading of it. Particularly in relation to surrounding open space and structures in the neighborhood. In order to ensure that development will be compatible with the community, the size of homes will be reviewed in relation to other homes on similar sized lots in the surrounding neighborhood. And then it goes on and goes through the guidelines and the provisions that about floor area ratio and how you review this chart, and that it's a guideline, and that if a project is has a floor area substantially in excess of the floor area of the immediately surrounding properties, that property will have the burden of demonstrating that the project cannot be viewed by surrounding property owners due to its siting, or that its spatial volume, when taken together with its lot size, setbacks, and landscaping, does not make it incompatible. So I agree with Mr. Weston, this isn't just about numbers. It's really about, number one, can you see it? And if you can, is it compatible or not? It's really not just the size. So I just wanted to at least help you frame that by my read of the language.
Ms. Meester, if I could just add to something that you said, there's an addition to the policies of the Montecito architectural guidelines in the land use element, a visual resource policy that addresses scale and character of homes in urban areas relative to the existing community. Staff routinely defers to MBAR on issues of neighborhood compatibility or on floor area issues in Montecito. So staff in its review, as we reviewed the project against the community plan and against the other elements of the comprehensive plan and the ordinance, we looked to the MBAR to make that determination with respect to floor area and with respect to size, bulk, and scale.
Okay. I'm going to propose that we take a 5-minute break and then come back and address the matter of the size and bulk and scale. I just remind my colleagues that any review that comes before us as a consequence of an appeal is a de novo, so that we can address any other aspect of the project that we wish as appropriate. Commissioners, what is your pleasure? Commissioner Tilsher.
We're going to talk about the size, bulk, and scale and compatibility issue now,
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Please
Okay.
continue.
Mr. Chair, before, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Before you start into your deliberative process, I think Mr. Imhoff would just like to make a couple of clarifications based upon testimony that might matter to you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. There were a couple of points that there may have been differing opinions on that staff just wanted to weigh in on. One was the question of grading. A project, as it was approved, involves 900 cubic yards of cut and 900 cubic yards of fill. There would be 2 feet of additional fill toward the southern end of the house in order to create that fill pad. That's what shows up on those elevations. That is part of the approved proposal. Just also briefly, I wanted to note that in the floor area study, the data that's collected for other neighboring properties is based on assessor's data. That is gross floor area. The floor area that's relevant for purposes of the floor area calculations under the Montecito architectural guidelines is net floor area. So we are comparing apples to oranges a little bit, but that's the best we can do because assessor's data is all we've got. So that was a point that I think Mr. Weston made, and I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tilcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The size of the house and the FARs and the neighborhood compatibility is extremely important. And I think we're all in agreement that it's an issue that just gets worse and worse, and we're now on the process of having a committee start to deal with it and make some recommendations, and I'm sure we'll get there. But I just don't see how we can change the requirements. I realize we have that ability, but I just don't see how we can change this house. I can't see taking it back to MBAR and suggesting that the house be brought down in size. I've been up to the Gluck's property on the second floor, and I'm sure, and I also very sympathetic to their cause. I don't say it lightly. Those views are $1 million views, and it's a serious issue. But I don't think the house, I feel very confident. I know where that house is situated. And with the exception of the west wing of the Gluck's house, which is already blocked by specimen trees that are quite large, their view corridor down the southeast portion of their property and across the Lowe's property is not affected by the house. I don't see it. I don't think I'm off 10 feet on the ground. I'm just very confident where that house was in relationship to the first story pole nearest it, which spelled out where the 24-foot hedge was going to go. And I know that in my own mind, I'd have to go up there and pace it, but I don't think that house impinges on their view. So that personally, I don't feel the house should go back to MBAR.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Berg.
Well, I'm going to agree with those statements. I also feel that I can't think of what I would send the house back to MBAR to look at and do. If we were looking at it the first time around, given everything we know today, I might be inclined to tweak it a little bit, but it's gone through a year's process. I don't think the house is an impact on the Glucks. I'm not saying they wouldn't prefer it not to be there, but I think in the context of the process we're dealing with today, that house is acceptable, and we should pass it on without trying to send it back to modify it. There's been a number of things on this project that I think were unfortunate. I think the redwood tree issue and how that came up probably created a lot of difficulty for the parties to work together. That's just my impression, because it would have bothered me a lot. But given what we see in front of us, my feeling is we should deny this appeal, but I would like to see the project conditioned. I'd like to see, when we send it back, that we have instructions to the MBAR, that we have let me state this again, I think a reasonable compromise is to fully screen the house, which I think it's fully screened by the hedge material that's proposed, but that we also, I think it's a reasonable accommodation that in the area that's within what we've called the view corridor, that we have landscape height controlled by design. In other words, pick plant materials that their mature heights will allow a visual corridor through there, and I feel that's as far as we appropriately can go today.
Commissioner Kostenker?
Well, I'm going to respectively disagree, and I would ask staff if they would please put up this. There was a photograph in which there were the tree story poles, but there were also the story poles of the proposed house with a string line of where the ridge would show above the trees. That's the one I'm after having up there right now. I think it was Mr. Jacobs' exhibit.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah, now that's the string line of the house, or that's the string line that proposes where the redwood trees are? That's the hedge. Now, was there one in which there was, then that's not the one, because I thought there was another slide that was presented where there was something mentioned that the ridge line of the house was somewhere in there? Okay, didn't you point out some story poles there?
Yes.
Yeah, and the tops of those story poles, which are really, so that is the ridge of the house above that existing vegetation. Is that accurate? Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct, Don? Come here.
Right. He said there were story poles. That's what I'm trying to find out. I remember him saying that, and I'm trying to find out where exactly. Yeah. Okay, so those are, okay, so Mr. Jacobs, could you just kind of show me that one more time? I do now see the one story pole there. Okay. Top of one.
And then there's another one there.
Top of the other. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
And for the record, I want to be clear, this photo is taken from not the first floor or the patio, but from the second floor of the Gluck homes.
Please continue, Commissioner.
Okay, well, here we go. I'm going to kind of respectfully disagree with, did you have something else you want to say,
yes,
Mr. Nolte?
The MBAR actually, since these photos were taken, did lower the ridge line 4 feet, and we did a compression of the building.
Oh, so that is not, so
It's not that extent.
That's not it.
That's not where the
That's
ridge
the way it
is.
was staked, and then after the meeting that occurred, then the string line.
So, in your opinion, Mr. Nolte, if that is not where Chairman Regriblia now has, is that probably where the ridge is going to be?
I think it's slightly a little bit lower than that. I would say that we see about 6 feet of the pole there, and we lowered it 4. So it would peak up 2 to 3 feet above that hedge line right there.
Okay, thank you so much.
That current line you're drawing.
Okay.
That's about it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for explaining that. So, back to the size of the house, which has been brought to us. It's part of the appeal, and I do feel it is incumbent before we send us back to MBAR to make some recommendation as to how we're going to deal with the appeal and the part of the appeal that deals with the size of the house. In my personal opinion, I do not think that the wording of the guidelines ever intended for or to mean that the largest was what we should be approving. And whether we deal with gross or net is really immaterial. This house will be the largest house in the neighborhood that's been defined by both by staff and by Mr. Weston's materials that have been presented to us. We seem to be all dealing with a relatively small part of what Chairman Mergulian has indicated, is the entire neighborhood. We've selected out lots. But the reality is this house is still the largest of the houses in the area that we're dealing with. All the other numbers that we have in front of us on the charts, as staff has presented out, are gross square footage. So we don't really have a gross square footage of this house. We have a net square footage. The net square footage is still the biggest house in the given neighborhood. That was not the intent of neighborhood compatibility. It was to have houses be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and it's very clear about that. So I personally have a problem with the size of this house. Its net square footage is 18% greater than anything else in the neighborhood. And there are other houses there, I can grant that. And those are gross square footage. So I don't know exactly whether you add 10% or 15% for the thickness of walls. I know that MBAR has a general figure around that. But given that staff has given us, what did I do with my sheet? Is this my sheet? It seems to me that the charge is that the size, mass, bulk, and scale of existing and proposed structures in relationship to parcel size and development on adjacent properties. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at the whole project, and I think the general statement is really relative here. The Montecito community is concerned about the mass of a structure as it appears to the community, particularly in relationship to the surrounding open space and structures in the neighborhood. To ensure that development will be compatible with the community, the sizes of homes will be reviewed in relationship to other homes on similar size lots. Well, that's what we're doing, and in my opinion, this particular project needs to come down to being somewhere around maybe 10% greater than the rest of the neighborhood, not 18% greater than the neighborhood. Inside of that, I also, as I brought up when I was trying to clarify, I have a problem with any amount of fill underneath the house. Obviously, any fill underneath the house is only to get the house up higher, which is to get more views, which is what this whole project seems to be about, is to have everybody getting a view. Privacy, let's see what else I've got here. And I know within the appeal and the guidelines as they're written, we cannot look necessarily at the square footage of amenities, this board and the subcommittee is going to start looking at that. But if you've got a house that is significantly over the guidelines, I do think it is incumbent inside of site planning to deal with, amenities. We have approximately, I wrote it down somewhere, I've got almost 5,000 square feet of amenities here on this site, plus very close to a 10,000 square foot house. To me, that comes inside of site planning. Is that appropriate, given that we have a stand in the community to have open space? And I think the guidelines gives the MBAR and the Planning Commission the ability to deal with all of those issues. So the size of the house, the height of the ridge, which is 38 feet, big, tall. And the fill underneath the house. So those are the three things that I would like to hear from the rest of the commission regarding.
I want to put this matter of the grade to rest. Mr. Nolte, would you comment on the matter of the grade as proposed? Whether or not the fill is actually raising the house from the natural, what is it doing?
Well, this site is higher on the west, and the views, when we slide the house over to accommodate a corridor for the Glucks, we're building in an area where when you walk over from the preferred location, the view rapidly decreases. It's the scale and the quality of the view. And when we get into the position we are right now, we can compensate a bit for that by raising the house 2 to 3 feet. On the west side of the house, there's a patio on the left side. There's an octagonal structure there. That's up 2 risers off the ground, and there's no fill in that area. And we don't want to break the house. We didn't want to split level in the middle of the house. So as it moves east to this side of the house, you'll see the house is up about 4 or 5 steps. And if we wouldn't have filled it all, it would have been up 6 or 7. And that doesn't seem like a real gracious amount of steps to be off of a cutting garden, a rose garden. And so it's a matter of having the house relate well to the grounds. The height calculations take into consideration existing grade, and really the amount of grade we wouldn't have done filling it all, except for the fact that we've taken the building out of the premier view location for the house.
Now, let me understand what you're saying, Mr. Nolte. The existing grade is, by my estimate, a couple of feet below the proposed grade.
Yes, and it's a moving target, too. If you were to cut a different section, you'll find existing grade in different location.
It's larger in the back, on the north side or on the west side?
It's slightly higher on the back side. It's lowest on the south.
What's to keep you from putting the house at the existing grade?
We can do that. It causes problems with a ramp down into the motor court. Retaining walls start creeping up in relationship to automobiles, and it's something that it could be done. But really, we're just hurting the view. It's just a couple of more feet down. It starts to get eye level, and we felt that would be acceptable to get the house where the views are really spectacular, where we wouldn't need to grade at all. And we put it here where a couple of feet helps a lot. We had cherry pickers out there. We studied this a lot, and this is what we ended up with.
So you took into account the view accessibility for
from this
for
location.
the applicant.
Not to mention that there's an oak tree in the front, which further blocks views. We all love the tree. It's a major tree, but.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can adopt the required findings with one major exception. I can approve the house. The guidelines, in my view, are flexible enough to permit a house like this. I regret the creep that we're seeing, but this house is surrounded by rather similar homes, and I think on this lot it's appropriate. My concern is that the adoption of the findings reflect that the species selection is only the result of MBAR fashioning a resolve with the parties, and that it is not to create a view corridor for a neighbor, or the appellant in this case. I don't know what nexus we will have for the species selection, but if it's to create a view, we have to be clear that we're into a whole different area of jurisdiction. Not necessarily a wrong one, but it's going to be different. Every house that's purchased is going to say, I'd like to keep the hedge at that level on it, or every house that's built next to a house. So if that can be fashioned, I can adopt the findings and not send the house back to MBAR. And I think the parties have agreed on this house size, and after 6 or 7 reviews, and now it just seems late in the game. Thank you.
All right, I have some comments with regard to the size, bulk, and scale. This matter has come before us before, vis-a-vis the trend we see in approving house sizes that are significantly larger than the guidelines. And we have addressed this matter and commented to the MBAR that we are concerned about this trend. I see, in this instance, we see a proposal which is 19% over the guidelines, And the argument is made that, yes, many of the other houses in the area are also over the guidelines by a substantial amount. And if we add this house to the collection, then we have in effect raised the average overage for the neighborhood. And if we continue to do this year after year, I can see us in 5 years with projects that are not 19 or 20% over guidelines, but 50% over guidelines. And maybe 10 years from now, they'll be 100% over guidelines. What I'd like to do is discourage this trend. And my suggestion is to do that by proposing a floor area for this structure which is less than the 19% increase. And I've looked at some figures as a suggestion to the commission. If the guidelines call for 8380 square feet, if it were to be increased by 10%, that would add 838, so a total of 9218. So if the guidelines were to be exceeded by 10%, the net floor area for the structure would be 9,218 square feet. That's 642 square feet less than what's being proposed. I think if we were to take this tact, we make a modest reduction in the floor area of the structure, and at the same time, we contribute to lowering the average of the neighborhood, which I think is a trend which would be preferable. And in effect, it sets a, let's say, a style of dealing with these problems and a recognition that this ratcheting up is discouraged, and that we would like to see the average either maintained or decreased, preferably decreased in neighborhoods where there's significant amount of overage. Those are my comments. Commissioner Tilsher.
Mr. Chair, I suspect that 838 square feet reduction would probably come out of the basement?
No.
Well, the basement's not part of that figure. That's right. That's right. Okay, that's right. So that figure has to come out of the house. It can't come out of the accessory structures.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And the figure I have is that if you took 642 square feet out of the 9860, you'd end up with 9218.
How do we reconcile doing this in the middle of the stream? They buy a property with certain expectations and certain guidelines. MBAR approves it based on the existing guidelines. I guess we're just saying we're within our purview. We are cutting back the size of the house to stay closer to the FARs that are typical for the neighborhood, and then it would go back to MBAR.
Yes, if the commission were to accept this suggestion, then the MBAR would examine how this suggestion would be accommodated. In other words, how one would find 642 square feet to eliminate from the house. That's as simple as that. We've done this sort of thing before, as you well remember.
Yep.
I mean, it's certainly to our discretion to decide what is going to be acceptable and what is not. The MBAR has made a conceptual approval of this design, and it's come to us for consideration. And we are, as I propose, this is our consideration.
Yeah, one little follow-up. One thing we do by doing that, and I haven't thought it through, is somewhat saying 10% over is acceptable, and I don't know whether that's something you want to say or not. I'm just not sure. But that will tend to be what every project will come in at, 10% over.
That was not my intent. My intent was to make a reduction.
I realize that. Yeah.
And the next time it may be 5%. Depends on the situation.
Mr. Chair, I think your last statement, it depends on the situation, should be you should try to articulate the situation you're trying to address, because that would help, I think, for people to understand the reason that you want to either allow more than the recommended FAR but less than what has been proposed. You know, what sort of basis the commission as a whole is going to use to get to those decisions, because you know, picking a number and having some reasons in your head but not articulating them is not quite as helpful. So if the commission could just articulate the issues that they want that to address, because you may see another plan that the BAR reviews that meets the reduction but doesn't really meet what you're trying to accomplish, because I've seen that before.
All right, Council has some comments.
Yes, along those lines, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, what your discussion is about is compatibility. It's not about trends necessarily. I would prefer that you base what your discussion would be is, why isn't this compatible? Not, oh, whoa, this is a part of a trend. I think that's a dangerous ground for you to be walking on. I think it would be better if you'd say, I don't think this is compatible for whatever reasons you have, and it seems like you might have them. But I would prefer that you two go along those lines, please.
Commissioner Gottsdenker.
Okay, well, I'll address that. The reason I don't think it's compatible, because if I look at the chart on neighborhood floor area study, assessors figures, the Burkhoff Trust at 700 Picacho is listed at 9,860 square feet on 3.4 acres. Then I go down and I see 2.97. We've got 5,800 square feet, 3.79, 6,500 square feet. The Nigro property is a little bit up. We go down to 2.82 acres, 89. We go down again to almost 3, 5,600. We go down again to 2.7. So I think, you know, if you go down, the nexus to be drawn is that a figure of somewhere around what Chairman McGriblian is proposing, which is, I think, 9,200 square feet, give or take a little bit, is because because it is compatible with the existing houses in the neighborhood. You know, that's the nexus. There is the Nigro house is the only house in the neighborhood which is bigger than this house, given the figures that we have in front of us. That's the nexus to be drawn. You know, there's no other houses bigger than this except the Nigro house. So it is not compatible with the existing structures in the neighborhood on the ground.
I think, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottsdenker, I think those are very valid, and I think there are some places in the guidelines and in the policies that address general compatibility, and it may be that. But in terms of FAR, the guidelines provide for should be in scale with development on similar sized parcels in the immediate area. That's only in that one location that it discusses that, and I think that there are other areas where there are broader concepts of compatibility, but in the context of the table, it does say similar sized parcels. That's not to discount what you're saying.
Those were all similar sized parcels that I was quoting to you. Those are all similar sized parcels.
All right, thank you.
So this is like 2,000 to 3,000 square feet bigger than similar sized parcels.
I think the suggestion that I made puts the house more in line with the neighborhood, in fact. To respond to the Secretary's comment.
So, Mr. Chair, I think the part of the guidelines that maybe is the most useful to focus on is, what do you do when a house substantially exceeds the size of houses in the surrounding area? What do you need to find? And in order to approve a house that's substantially larger, you either have to, the applicant either has to demonstrate it's not visible, or that its spatial volume, mass, bulk, and scale, when taken together with its lot size and setbacks and landscaping, doesn't make it incompatible. So I guess what Commissioner McGrebley and Commissioner Godstanker are saying by implication is, until it's that smaller size, you don't think you can make that finding. Is that accurate? Okay.
Commissioner Berg?
Well, I find myself in an odd situation arguing in favor of this project because I came here thinking, after reading the staff report, that I was going to support the sending this thing back. But I'm going to argue again that in this particular instance we should not do so, because I think this house is compatible. I think it's quite similar to the ones around it. Yes, it might be slightly higher, but it is not the biggest one. The biggest house is 730 Pocaccio at 10,112 feet. And it's really close to some of the others, so I just don't find it incompatible. Now, I think there's a way we can find it incompatible if that's our direction, and that would be because we've got two neighbors that have come in that are adjacent to this house saying, we don't like this house. We find it incompatible. And I think that there's some statement to be made that if the neighbors don't find it compatible, that might overcome, exceeding the guidelines. But I don't hear the applicant or our appellant here really arguing against the house, and that's why I'm having trouble going this direction. They're not arguing that the house bothers them. They're really arguing that the view corridor bothers them. And that's why I think that we should deny the appeal, send this thing back, basically send it back and just have the landscaping dealt with. Now, another issue, I have absolutely no problem. This commission right now wants to say, from this time forward, I think we need to look at these guidelines again and ratchet them back down. And maybe we need to take accessory structures, and 10% of all accessory structure square footage should be thrown in as part of, there's a lot of things we could do to address this, because I'm not a big fan of big houses. But I have trouble when we send somebody, we have guidelines, we send people through the process, they've built it pretty much under the guidelines in the process. Why are we saying no now? I just don't see it.
Commissioner Berg, I believe that Mr. Weston, in commenting on behalf of the Glucks, pointed out that the size, bulk, and scale of the house was excessive and not compatible with the neighborhood, and it wasn't just a matter of the view corridor. The question that also is in my mind as to when the MBAR decided that 19% in excess of the guidelines was acceptable. They examined the houses in the neighborhood, and they came to the conclusion that 19% is acceptable. And looking at the numbers that I see, based on the table that's been provided here by both the applicant and the appellant, that it seems to me something like 10% over would be more appropriate, more compatible. Chairman?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chair, but again, and maybe I wasn't clear. This is not the table that we looked at MBAR. We looked at this, and if you look at this, there were 4 properties, 3.79, 3.52, 3.27, 3.4 acres. The proposed project is 3.4 acres. They average 9,860 square feet. The applicant is 9,876. That's how we came up with it. The mathematical equivalency of what was over.
Staff has 9860.
I'm sorry, the average is 9,876, I misspoke, 9,876 and 9,860 was the proposed house.
Mr. Spann, are you saying that in the neighborhood floor area study, this one, that staff, which is in the staff report, which is the one you used, or did you only use?
No, I used the other one. I think I gave a copy to you, Aaron. I think it's number 2 if you want to.
So you only, what you used to determine
If you could put that up, I could.
was that one,
The
right?
attachment F, isn't it?
Yeah, it's attachment F, I believe. is
No,
the-
if you look at attachment F, and I think Aaron's going to put it up. If you go down, Aaron, move that up. If you go down on my page, keep going all the way. You're not low enough. There you go. Keep going. Though for some reason, those 2 parcels aren't on this, and those are 2 we also included. And I don't know. We don't know why. They're on this map. This is the map that we looked at.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I got it, that there is 2 additional parcels that you looked at besides the staff numbers
Right,
that
and
are being, okay.
If you look at,
And both of those are larger than what the list is.
And if you look at Aaron's study area, one of those parcels is within his study area. Aaron, if you look at my handout to you, item number 1 there, it highlights those. If you compare that document to Aaron's document, the yellow parcel with a question mark on it for some reason, isn't on this list, but is in his study area.
I understand.
And for some reason, the upper parcel is not in his study area, but it's also on one that we considered.
No. So you've included this one and this one? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
And would you, let's have the table again. I want to see what those numbers are.
They're not on the table.
Well, he put them in the bottom.
They're 8,000 change.
They're on that page, but they're also on the bottom of my table. Well, we're not there.
Okay, now, let's get the reference. The first item is, what is the reference for the
The first item is APN 011-100-014,
the 014, and the acreage in that is
3.27.
3.27, and
The
the...
recommended floor area is 8159,
Yeah,
and the actual is the 9548.
and the next one is
Is APN,
is 0 what, but
APN 011-100-010.
010.
Acreage is 3.4. The recommended floor area is 8380, and the actual is 13327.
What do you say? The actual was how much?
327.
Oh, there it is, 3.
Is that the house at the corner of Picasso and East Mountain with the elevator?
3327.
I'm sorry,
No, it's on the same
Commissioner,
side as
Fisher,
the
it's,
street as you.
no, it's not.
Oh, that's
it's
right, wouldn't be. So that's, that used to be
If you go to
Mr.
that
Barbaco's
document,
house at one time.
It's parcel at the very top, Aaron. No.
All right,
Oh.
and Chairman Span, what is the overage on the 014 APN number?
The 014, it's 17%,
17%, and the other one?
59%.
59%, okay. Okay, each of us have expressed our views on the subject. I'd like to invite further discussion.
I just want to clarify one thing. 830 Picasso, is that the former Barbacoa house? It has the large gates and
Yes.
it is
John's
former.
saying it is.
Okay. Did you ever consider the house at the top of Picasso on the left, which is not, huh? I'm sorry? Yes.
No, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Thilsher, no, it has been a practice of the MBAR since I've been on the board not to consider that house, ever.
I mean, it's huge. Yeah. I can appreciate why you said that.
Well,
Commissioner Godstanker.
Yeah, the only comment that I would make to the commissioners is there seems to be this flavor of the comments of the other commissioners that we're kind of backing up in the process. And I think Commissioner Tilcher, you referenced to like, how can we do that? But I just would like to point out that that given that now appeals can be filed at the preliminary stage, this has not received final approval. It's still in the process. It's not like this has been completed and a done deal, and then, and the reason for changing that process was so, both applicants and appellants could come before this board earlier so that they weren't all the way through the process. So I just wanted to point that out, that this isn't, we're in the process right now. This is part of it. And it's part of the right of anybody to appeal at preliminary approval.
Commissioner Phillips.
But as Mr. Spann just demonstrated, the applicant is right where he should be, almost to the number. So I don't know how we would find that this deviates from the average. And I'm ready to move if the commission's ready.
I think Mr. Chairman McGriblian pointed out this is not the average. This does deviate from the average. Isn't that accurate, Mr. McGriblian? Didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, it's considerably over the average size house. These are not,
He's not, MBAR, it may be that methodology is inappropriate, but the numbers, based on the methodology that MBAR used, it's exactly 9,610, which is not, I think,
But that's not the average. I'm just pointing out that that's not the average.
these are similar size lots.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not the
which I believe is the appropriate measure.
Commissioner Berry.
Well, my question is, Chairman McGriblian, you suggested that we take how many square feet out of the house?
600.
600. I don't think it'll substantially change this house to take 600 feet out of it, but my question is why? Why do we want to? I just don't see it. I'm ready to make a motion, and I'm going to move that we deny the appeal. Or I'll call this a draft motion. I guess there's probably findings in here somewhere, aren't there? But I'm going to move the recommendations of staff in Section 20 of our report, that we adopt the required findings and that we deny the appeal. And I would just add to that I would direct the MBAR that I would like to see the plant materials that are approved on the landscaping plan be materials that will achieve the purposes that you were trying to get to in your discussions between the applicants. I think they were in general agreement as to what would maintain a certain amount of visibility from the site, which I think you found to be a part of the issue of compatibility. If that's not too muddy.
Mr. Verrick, would you strengthen that just a little bit for me?
Well, maybe you can help me out.
Adopting your motion, but to underline in some way that the species selection was the result of the party's agreement, not at the direction of MBAR.
Right, but that those species selection continue to be incorporated in the design and be part of the final approved plan,
Yes.
landscape plan, and in particular that the redwood trees come out.
I second the motion.
Mr. Chair, could I make a couple of clarifications then for the motion maker in the second? Did you want the landscape plan to reflect, to delete the reference to maintaining a 24-foot height as recommended and requested by Diane Meester, and that the trees should not be kept at not be topped at 24 feet.
It should not be part of the plan, but that's the design guideline should be that's the design guideline, but that be incorporated in terms of material selection.
In terms of material selection, be at height.
Right.
Mhm. I would also like to note that your motion should be, as Aaron spoke at the beginning of your hearing, it's adopt the required findings for LUP 00952, but your motion on the page forgets to say the findings for the BAR hearing 00172, and those are as presented to you today. And the second motion would be deny the appeals, and it would be grant de novo approval rather than granting. It's grant de novo approval. If your motion could include that, and the second would agree, that'd be great.
So moved.
Seconded.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion on the subject? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion is carried 3-2. All right. Secretary, do we have any other business?
Just adjourning the meeting, Mr. Chair.
Council, any further business?
No, sir.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.